the greatest athletes, victory is the only option. When icons collide, history is made.
I'm so glad that we won.
And the world's best is the best.
He's won it! He is the champion of the world! He's done it! Oh, what can you say?
Massive England regain the Ashes.
It's a very special moment for us.
Aguero! I swear you'll never see anything like this ever again!
No one steps on my dreams. There'll be days like this. Well, people understand what I mean. There'll be days like this when you ring out the changes of how everything is. Well, my mama told me there'll be days like this.
There's a lot of great storylines today, and it's just an incredible day.
Oh, my mama told me there'll be days like this.
The Indianapolis Motor Speedway is the home of US motorsport. The giant 2.5 mile oval is big enough to swallow up Churchill Downs, Yankee Stadium, the Rose Bowl, Rome's Colosseum and the whole of Vatican City, and that's together. Over 300,000 fans flock to the Brickyard every year to witness the drama of this iconic 500-mile race. Welcome to the 96th running of the Indianapolis 500 from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It's called the greatest spectacle in racing, and there's over 100 years of history at the Brickyard. It's unique, and we pay homage to a once-a-year IndyCar tradition with a 3-wide grid lineup here in the studio. Expect sharp analysis from our special guests. From racing at the 500, Thomas Scheckter. From engineering, some of the most famous names, Andy Brown. And with more racing perspective from our regular studio guest, Johnny Kane. Thomas, thanks for coming and joining us here in London. It must seem very strange for you because you've been in just about every Indy 500 for the last 8 years or so. What's it like at the track at this point in the day?
Yeah, like you said, it's a little funny, I suppose, being in the studio. I think my body's acclimatized after the last 10 years being at Indy, and it's just a funny feeling. Indy always just gives you a special feeling inside. The track has got so much history, and you know, you've got 300,000 live spectators there, and I think really as a driver you're just sort of getting into a zone. You know, you're putting your earphones in and trying to get away from the people and away from all the hype, and just realize that you're in a car and you have to drive a racetrack that you know very well. But very, very special event, and happy to be with you guys here today.
You've won, obviously, in IndyCar races. What makes the difference to win this type of race, this oval style of racing?
Yeah, Indy's tough. I mean, I've led Indy a lot of laps and had a couple of chances of winning. This is actually Andy was on our crew here at Panther. We won at Texas, but Indy 500 is a very tough race, and it's different to all the other races, and that's why there's so much hype behind it. There's a lot more pit stops. There's a lot more strategy involved. And it's a tough track. It's extremely high speeds, not a lot of banking, and a lot of different things can happen. I always say after every 500, there's probably 3 or 4 incidents that were out of your hands, like a spin in front of you or a tire going down or something that you were lucky to avoid just to finish the race, never mind finish in front.
Andy, thanks for joining us as well. I mean, from an engineering perspective, it's pretty tricky at Indianapolis as well. There's no place quite like it.
No, very much so. The conditions will change so much from the start of this race till the end, especially as hot as it's predicted to be at Indianapolis today, close to 100 degrees. Track temperature will be around 140. So the pit crews are going to be chasing their cars throughout this event, really earn their money today.
Can't tell you how pleased we are to have somebody on the panel who really knows what they're talking about from behind the wall.
We'll see.
Johnny, looking forward to a great race today.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really exciting. Honda versus Chevy, I think, is a big story. Who's got the fuel economy and the speed? So yeah, a lot to look forward to. I think it's going to be very exciting.
Indeed. It's the race, of course, that every driver wants to win, whatever background they come from. But for one man, winning it twice was a promise he made to his second son, and he did it in one of the most spectacular finishes of recent years.
The 100th anniversary edition of the Indianapolis 500.
Tagliani, our pole sitter, 19th place and having problems keeping the temperature down.
Yellow, the pole sitter just hit the wall.
Alex Tagliani's day appears to be done.
The green flag waves. Wow, that was wild. What a restart. 2 cars in the wall.
Townsend Bell is one and Ryan Briscoe is the other.
Dario Franchitti is your race leader. Oriol Servia runs second. Graham Rahal is third. Here comes J.R. Hildebrand playing some strategy. Dario Franchitti also on pit lane.
Graham Rahal has the lead at Indianapolis. 25 years ago, his father won here. Now he has the lead to the backstretch.
Rahal, Servia, Dixon, Hanan still have to stop. And so the whole complexion of this race could change.
Making a move for number 2 is Dixon. Tony Khan makes a move.
And Scott Dixon takes the lead again. Dan Weldon is making a pit stop. This could be a strategic move. Several other cars are making pit stops. Dixon relinquishes the lead on lap number 180. Danica Patrick is your leader.
Great job, you're the leader.
Does she have enough fuel? Could this be a historic day at Indy?
The guy we better keep our eyes on, Dario Franchitti. He is in 5th place right now. They think they can go the distance.
We have very little idea who is going to win this Indianapolis 500.
And to the inside, Bertrand Baguette leads the Indy 500.
And we have our 10th different leader, our 22nd lead change.
And Danica is in the pits.
Both Andretti cars in. They're going to have to give up second and third. And Baguette is currently the leader. Dario Franchitti runs second. J.R. Hildebrand is third.
Dario Franchitti was just told he needed 4.4.
You're dreaming. There's no way we can.
Hildebrand has just gotten around Dario Franchitti. Baguette is coming down pit road.
Hildebrand, a rookie, leads at Indianapolis.
All around the world, our servicemen and women on this Memorial Day pulling for J.R. Hildebrand in the National Guard entry.
Dario Franchitti, his chances have faded.
White flag, bring it home.
J.R. Hildebrand tried to do the unthinkable, win his first Indianapolis 500.
Half a lap. He's got half a lap to go, and he's the Indy 500 champion. Through the final 2 corners. He's got to get around the lap traffic.
He is sputtering slow and he hits the wall. He hits the wall coming out of 4. Will he have enough to cross the yard of bricks?
Unbelievable finish. Dan Weldon wins at Indianapolis. Dan Weldon is a 2-time champion just like that.
Sorry, guys, you deserve this.
J.R. Hildebrand is aching. Dan Weldon winning his second Indianapolis 500 on the 100th anniversary of this greatest spectacle in racing.
A remarkable and emotional moment in motorsport history. Danny Boy's win was, incredibly, his first race of 2011. 5 months later, he was gone. How sad now to reflect on the last win of his life. Dan was well known in the UK, but he was loved in America.
Dan was known as the English gent when he first went out because, well, obviously the accent and that. And I didn't realise how big he was at the time and how...
In America?
In America, and how people took to him. I was at that race when he won it, and it was just such a big wow factor for that day. And for all the hard work that he's put into his motor racing, to have won it and dominated the race, it was good to watch.
He did actually go on to Playboy status, really, didn't he?
Did he just? Yeah. He had a very good life, more so than most people. But one thing he was very good at, he always remembered how he got there, because it's not easy for drivers to get there these days, but he always remembers that.
In 2008, he got married, seemingly just like that.
Yeah, I mean, we were in Chicago, I think it was, and he said come round for dinner in the room that night. And then I see Susie was there. She was rubbing his feet, and I said, is that part, because she was his PR girl at the time, and I said, is that part of your job, Susie? And you just knew something was going on, but he did settle down. I couldn't believe how quick he settled down, and to be a great dad as well.
He loved being a father and being a married man. He took it well, really well. He loved those kids. Like, they're his world.
Let's talk about Indy 500 2011. I mean, Dan found himself without a drive. He said something along the lines of he's not going to jump in any old pile of rubbish. He was waiting for a decent car, and then Brian Herder came to the rescue.
To be honest, I wasn't really happy with it. You know, an unknown car that come in, But when Dan done the test, it was basically, the car was good. Watching the race, you could tell that he was quick. He loved Indy. He was always very quick around Indy. And when he won that night, it was just amazing.
It was definitely more emotional last year because he won it. Well, he wanted to win it for his mother, and he did. And he made her very proud.
My wife's got Alzheimer's. And in America, they didn't know that, but they wanted to make people in America more aware of the disease, and asked Daniel would he carry the Alzheimer's badge on his helmet, and he did. And it was when he was on the podium and he donated the race to his mum and he broke down, and it was quite emotional, that was.
He was fairly well set financially. Everything was good as far as the family was concerned. He'd won a second Indy 500, but he had no, even at 33 years old, he had no thoughts, presumably, of finishing racing.
Not at all.
No.
No. Building up to Vegas, I gave him my advice. I wasn't happy with the race, especially with the comments that the drivers were making on the Friday. And the day before, I told him not to do the race. But he said, you know, Dad, it's gone too far. You know, I can't pull out the race now.
Holly, you were in the States for Vegas, weren't you?
I was with my brother Elliot, yeah. We were, again, just watching the race, but we had a massive screen behind us and we just saw the screen just go into flames. It wasn't the nicest sight. Kind of looked at each other, tried to see if we could hear him on the radio. We got nothing, got no response. The first thing you think of is just run to medical centre. We ran there, and then they took us to the hospital, and then that's when they told us they'd passed away.
Clive, you were back here.
That evening, Sue didn't have a good time during the day, so I sat outside and I actually nodded off. I woke up, and as I turned the TV on, all I see was a helicopter in the hover, and my voice looking at some of the messages saying, "How's Dan?" Then I knew that something was bad. And then 5 minutes later, Elliot rang me and said he's dead.
What for you as a family stands out, or will continue to stand out as the years go by?
I think the important thing with Dan is that I want his name to continue. I just want people to remember Dan as the fun person he was, but how he took his motor racing so seriously.
This year's 2012 Indy 500, Clive, Holly, how will you spend your day?
Well, I'm going to be going with Susie. It's going to be tough, I know it is, but I'm looking forward to getting out there to seeing everyone.
I can't watch it, not now. I don't watch any of the races. It's difficult because when you're so used to watching your son, you know, performing every couple of weeks, but not now. I can't watch any of the races. And would I go back to Vegas? No.
There's a little bit of Dan that will stay in the memory of all motorsport fans. For us today, we've got his 2006 helmet that, Andy, you've been kind enough to bring in. I mean, you've worked with Dan very closely. He was quite a guy.
Yeah, I was his engineer for 2 years, 2006, 2007 at Ganassi. We were equal on points at the end of the year with Sam Hornish, but we lost the championship on a count-back of victories. But yeah, he was such a fierce competitor, is what really stood out about Dan. Bit like a terrier, once he got hold of something, he'd shake it, just wouldn't let go. Just really wore the opposition down. Liked to win from the front if he could, going away, but if not, he would just harry until he got the result he was after.
This is him, of course, winning in 2005 and enjoying himself. Thomas, you're known as a bit of a terrier as well, so it's obviously a trait that goes well in Indy cars, perhaps. But how did most other drivers view Dan as a man?
Well, everybody loved Dan. I mean, he was such a great guy. He's always smiling, always chatting, and it was quite deceiving as well, because before the race, you know, he would chat with you and smile and have a laugh about something. But on the track, he was very, very tough. And you know, unbelievable driver, and like I said before, obviously we all miss him a tremendous amount. It's tough even watching Clive and Holly and, you know, remembering back the times with Dan, but you know, unfortunately this is it's a part of racing sometimes, and we have to deal with these things.
Johnny, I mean, he was obviously loved, as I said, in America, very well known, superstar in America. Not so well known here in the UK though, until obviously his demise.
Yeah, I mean, very surprising. I mean, he started off racing here, obviously, Formula Vauxhall Junior and Formula Ford, and then went to the States and, you know, made his career out there. And yeah, he just really took to the American style of racing on the circuits, and you know, I think his demeanour and his personality really appealed to the fans out there, and he became a big star.
We'll always remember Dan Weldon, of course. Now then, in recent times, it's become a shorter month of May for practice, but that doesn't mean it's any less intense when it comes to the 4 flying laps of qualifying, the fastest average of which claims the #1 starting slot. To be on pole is a great place to start your day.
It was just such a good day, you know, and everything went really smoothly, and the speed was there for the final 4 laps in the fast 9. So it was just a great, you know, run. The car was as good as it's been all week long, and certainly a bit nerve-wracking, you know, having the pole. But I've been on the front row a couple of times already, so I feel like I'll be ready for it. You know, it's nice to have the clean air, and hopefully I can hold on to it for a while.
It feels great to be on the front row here, but it just sucks to lose it by so little. You know, and we had such a good run going. I think we were on pole for 3 of those 4 laps, and just sort of lost it in the last one there. And it's gutting, but at the end of the day, I mean, I'm going to lose a little bit of sleep over that, but when we line up, you know, a week from Sunday, and we're sitting there on the front row, it's going to be a good feeling. In the olden days, it would have been us on pole, but I think this is more exciting for the fans. And man, 4 qualifying laps in Indy is the toughest thing a racing driver ever has to do. So to make us go do it again, I think separates the men from the boys, and it's a cool format. I like it.
I'm just so happy with the team, what they've done with these race cars. They've worked so hard. They put their heart and souls into these things, and it's so much fun having a fast race car at IMS. Next week's what counts, and I think we have great race cars. We need to go out there and do 2 better next week.
So the front row is Briscoe, Hinchcliffe and Ryan Hunter-Ray.
Good.
Row 2 sees Marco Andretti, Will Power and previous winner Helio Castroneves side by side. On row 3, the best rookie and fastest Honda of the 33-car field is the talented Josef Newgarden, joined by Tony Kanaan and EJ Vizo. Best Formula 1 refugee is Rubens Barrichello in his first ever oval race. Now that's a big deal. He's joined on row 4 by Alex Tagliani and Graham Rahal. Anna Beatrice has qualified well on row 5 with Charlie Kimball and 2008 race winner Scott Dixon. Row 6 is 2007 and 2010 winner Dario Franchitti alongside James Jakes and the man who came so close last year, J.R. Hildebrand. Takuma Sato is with Indy returnee Townsend Bell on row 7 and Justin Wilson. Row 8 has another returnee to the race with Michel Jourdain joining Simon Pagenaud and Sebastian Saavedra. Sebastian Bourdais, Wade Cunningham, Honoré Servia are on row 9. Ed Carpenter's with Mike Conway and Catherine Legg on row 10, while Brian Clausen is joined by the struggling and only remaining Lotus-powered pair of Simona Di Silvestro and our final Formula 1 star, Jean Alesi. More build-up to the great race to come, plus a tongue-in-cheek look at what it takes to drive on an oval track like the Brickyard.
And you can faster if you stop talking. I've never been round an oval, I've never driven a low.
So you're a braver man than me.
I think you're the brave man, because you're going to be going alongside me.
That's very true. I hadn't actually thought about that.
It's the tradition, it's the history, it's the stories that come out of this place that make it what it is. Oftentimes those stories are of failure, but I think if you asked everyone, if you could win one race, what would it be? And they'd all say it's the Indy 500. You have a life before winning Indy and one after winning Indy, and the two are very, very different. And they don't write about second or third in the history books too much.
When you win a race, you're like, man, I'm just part of this, I'm part of the history here. They will never introduce you the same. They're always going to introduce you the Indy 500 champion.
He's going to win it. Franchitti has won it.
From drinking the milk, getting your likeness on the trophy. All that stuff, kissing the bricks. To me, the biggest thing though was following in the footsteps of my heroes.
Scott Dixon is going to complete his perfect storm with a win at the Indianapolis 500.
it's a race that only 67 I think people have ever won it. I'm sure other drivers that have won multiple championships would have handed a few of those back for an Indianapolis 500 win.
Losing at Indy is different than any other race.
11 laps to go in the Indy 500, and Michael is slowing.
I can't believe it. The engine quit.
To have the engine break with 10 laps to go is just, it was heartbreaking. That's all I can tell you.
People talk about the margin of victory, but when you're second, it's how much you lost the race by.
Scott Goodyear closes in. He looks for a place to come by. Scott Goodyear tries it, but no.
I believe that's the closest finish in Indy history.
43 1,000ths of a second, and still the closest finish today.
Over the course of 10 years, I've been disappointed that very, very badly. You see that trophy with everybody's winner's face on it, and you wonder if your face is going to be there.
For a 19-year-old rookie, finishing second, yeah, it's great, but you're either an Indy 500 winner or you're not.
He hits the wall coming out of 4.
Dan Weldon is going to win the race. J.R. Hildebrand is aching.
A win at Indy means so much more because it well and truly is racing immortality.
AJ Foyt won race, that's the Indy 500.
Once you win this race, your life is changed forever.
If you win the Indy 500, you're going to be remembered forever.
Indianapolis stays with you forever.
This is forever. This is forever. This is forever.
It's one of the most historic, fastest and demanding motor races in the world. It's also one of the most difficult to understand from a driver's perspective. Rockingham Speedway on a typical British summer's day. It's cold and it's windy, but I'm here to learn about the intricacies of racing on an oval. But for that, I'm going to need a teacher, and there's only one man I can rely on. We didn't think I'd use anybody else, did you?
Morning, Keith.
So you're going to be able to teach this old two-wheel motorcycle racer how to get around an oval, Johnny?
Well, I hope so. As you can see here, it's going to be quite challenging for you, I'm sure. But as they say, no mouth, no trousers.
Breathe in.
Okay, Keith.
Driver.
Drive on, driver. Hold it, hold it, hold it. Very gradual on the steering, and then spot your exit, but don't release too soon. You can see we're coming out quite quick all the way to the exit, so at no point am I lifting in the middle of the corner.
You go faster if you stop talking.
And you can see there, you feel that understeer? I just picked up understeer there. I just stay out of the throttle a bit longer, but no.
I'm ignoring understeer, I don't know. The last time I was on an oval was Daytona in 1989 on a motorcycle. I've never been around an oval, I've never driven a Lotus.
See, you're a braver man than me if you can go around Daytona on a bike, mate.
I think you're the brave man, because you're going to be going alongside me.
That's very true. I hadn't actually thought about that, yeah. So there you go, Keith. It's all yours. Right, I'm going to put the seat all the way back so that when we hit the wall, I've got less distance, more distance to travel.
It's funny how that you can feel from a driving point of view how that the transition onto the front straight there.
Yes.
Actually you have to steer away from the inside of the track.
Yes.
As the track tries to pull you down to it.
Absolutely, and you're releasing, so you're kind of releasing to go straight and then turning to come back down again. So you did a typical biker and race car thing then. You apex, started leaving the apex, but you want to hold that apex a bit longer. Don't release too early on the exit, otherwise once you get up into the grey stuff, then you're in the wall. Hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it.
I'm just getting to the point where I can feel the front
and there,
now.
You felt the bump on the exit. Yeah, lovely, really nice. And that was like 115, 120 just on the exit. Beautiful. Well, brilliant. Well done, mate.
Cheers, buddy. Enjoyed that.
Tell you what, I'm looking forward to getting out in those single-seaters now.
It'll be interesting to see when we go out how much of a sort of effect you get from the turbulence when you're following me, and if you pull the car out half a width to keep the downforce on the car and things like that. It'll be interesting to see how you feel it.
I think my talent is a lot less than his expectations, but we will give it a go.
I think he's a little bit scared. I think if anything he's going a bit slower every lap. Come on, Keith. Put your foot in it. What can I say? Don't blame the coach. It's definitely not the coach's fault. Let's go out together and see if we can do some drafting.
So Keith's always a little bit scared of this corner. I'm just covering the brake with my left foot just in case he suddenly does something stupid. And let's see if I can get a run at him. Pull out, come underneath him into this corner.
I've got the feeling Johnny's all over me. Ah, hello Mr. Molan.
Come on, Keith. Come and have a play. What are you doing?
You're just showing off. This is the first time I've not been able to speak while I'm presenting a programme. I bet Johnny Molan's talking like the clappers at the moment. I bet he hasn't stopped bloody talking yet.
Been a great day here at Rockingham, but how did I do?
Well, Keith, I have to say you did very well, but just bear in mind that that is about 5 to 10% that you experience today of what these drivers are going to have to go through in the Indy 500 itself.
5 or 10%? I'll never be able to handle the real thing. Johnny Molan has never had so much fun taking the mickey out of me, but courtesy of Andy Brown, I've got my own brick to kiss. And it's a real one as well, from Indianapolis. Thanks very much, Andy. I think the serious side of that piece is just how difficult it is on an oval. I know that's a 4-turn oval, Rockingham. It's nothing quite like the real thing at Indy, but it did give me a great impression of just how difficult it is to make it all work for you in a what were pretty poor cars compared with what you're driving, I suppose. But at the end of the day, do you find that it's difficult to explain it to people, the sensation of racing an Indy car?
Yeah, it is a little bit. I mean, sometimes it's sort of like going on a roller coaster, but still playing chess at the same time. And you know, and like you guys did a little bit, I'm not even sure you're high enough speed to feel what the cars did.
You're right. You're being polite.
Aerodynamic-wise, but you know, you get anywhere near a car in front, and it plays a lot with your aerodynamics. And at 220 miles an hour, that's what you rely on a lot. So certainly with this new car, and I think Andy can explain.
Well, that's where Andy, that is your expertise, isn't it? Aerodynamism. I can't even say that.
Did you say aero-orgasm?
Just call me an airhead. That's what most people do.
But this is your field, isn't it?
Yes, I was trained by British Aerospace in their wind tunnels there, and just turned the wings upside down and went racing. But yeah, as Thomas says, racing around these ovals is as close as we'll get to racing in a wind tunnel, and managing the aerodynamics in and out of traffic is very much a big part of what people will be trying to do today.
Indeed. Well, no one does it like the Americans, of course. A massive build-up to an iconic motor race. Let's take a look at the track now with two-time winner Dario Franchitti.
All right, here we go. Flashing over the yard of bricks here, looking for the apex of turn one. Always a little oversteer on the way in there. Looking for that apex, moving around depending on the balance of the car. Exit at 2, one bump, one of the only bumps on the track. Up the straight here, checking the speedo, checking how the wind is affecting the car. Looking for the apex of 3, looking for it there. You got it. Little bumps right on the apex of 3. Looking out now, turning back and early turning into turn 4. Trying to get as little steering into the car as possible. Out on the main straight now. Here we go, back down to the start-finish line. And this is where you look down and qualify and see if it's a good result or a bad result. The 4 most difficult corners I've ever driven.
Thanks to Sim Raceway and its pro driver Dario Franchitti. We can start taking the mickey out of Dario's lines after that, I think, can't we? What do you think?
I don't think we can. I think he's one at Indy. You never take the mickey out of Dario, but obviously I think those Sim lines were a little bit off, but certainly Dario's not.
Johnny, I mean, you've done ovals, you've done Indy Lights, you've had to go as far as IndyCar's concerned. I mean, it's a sensation that not too many British drivers get to savour, but the ones that do don't seem to come back. Stay over
Well,
there.
I did come back, but no, it's a racing out in the States is really good fun. Much more sort of feel-good factor between the teams and stuff. They seem to help each other out a lot more than in Europe. But you know, the American drivers grow up racing on tracks like this, and some Europeans really take to it straight away. Others, you know, have to work very hard at it. But you know, I think a lot of people look at an oval and think it looks really easy, and it's far from easy. You know, it's a 41-second lap round Indy, and it's extremely tough for 41 seconds.
Indeed. Well, we've got a long way to go as far as today's Indy 500 is concerned. Don't forget, you can get in touch with us at Sky IndyCar is our Twitter feed, and of course hashtag if you want to, Sky IndyCar. Any questions, any comments from our studio guests here, we'll try and get them out later on in the course of the show if you like. Andy, let's talk again. I'm intrigued about the technicalities of Indy compared with anywhere else. Is there anywhere else quite like it, or is it literally a setup unique to this one racetrack?
It's very much unique to this one racetrack. The length of the straights, they're like 5/8 of a mile long. You're doing over 230 miles an hour down the straights. Unlike most ovals, it's 4 distinct corners, 4 90-degree corners, whereas most ovals have a 180-degree bend at each end. And I think that's one reason why some Europeans can shine over there, because it's definitely got an entry, a mid-corner and an exit, rather than having to hold pulling continuous G around a 180-degree corner.
And what about the motors this year? Of course, Chevrolet have really pulled off a bit of a coup with performance in qualifying. The highest one, Joseph Newgarden for a Honda, but everyone else in the top 10 was Chevy. Do you see that bearing out in the race itself?
Well, Honda will still claim there's a disparity in the turbos. They clawed some of it back with the new turbos they were allowed to run in Rio. They think they've clawed back about 60% of that. But the turbo disparity is bigger the more boost is being run, and now they're down to the 1.3 bar of boost again for the race. They ran 1.4 bar in qualifying. The engine should be a lot closer, and everyone has fresh engines for the race as well. They've all changed their qualifying engines, fitted fresh ones. Honda have tweaked their engines, I'm sure, for this second generation, if you want to call it that. So expecting them to be quite a bit closer.
Well, we'll obviously get on with a bit more technical stuff later on, but right now we've had a very emotional moment going on over in Indy, and the winning car of last year, of course, Dan Wheldon's Williams RAS car is slowly making its way round. Every man, woman and child that came into IMS today was given a set of white glasses a la Dan Wheldon style to wear on the winning race numbers. I think 98 and 26 with his 2005 and 2011 race wins, and Johnny on those laps they're all going to don the white glasses. He was pretty well known for his style.
Yeah, and I think again that just goes to show how much he was loved.
Well, let's cross back to the Brickyard for more traditional build-up as final preparations on pit road are coming to fruition, completion, whatever you want to call it, but it's time very now.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines.
Spotter radio. Radio check 1, 2, 3. Spotter turn 1, you got a copy, turn 3. Turn 1, spotter radio check. Stand.
Copy that, Lee, loud and clear.
Turn 1, spotter. Go loud. Outbound from Mom Plowman, you got a judgment for you on. Radio check, Trevor.
There is no scene in sport quite like this one as we prepare to start the Indianapolis 500. The balloons moving skyward and 33 nervous warriors. Butterflies about to set sail in speeds of excess of 200 miles an hour. Who will be this year's champion? Ryan Briscoe sitting on the pole, the first Australian. Elio Castroneves will be attempting to win for the 4th time. And now the gentleman who will take you through this great race. Let's go upstairs to Marty Reed, Scott Goodyear, and Eddie Cheever. Marty?
All right, thank you, Brent, and hello again, everybody. And what the fans here at Indianapolis are about to experience can be summed up in 2 words: sensory overload. 33 cars screaming down the front stretch at well over 200 miles an hour. The rush of air will be so strong that whatever's not tied down is probably going to get blown away. And don't even think about talking to the person next to you, because they won't be able to hear a single word you say. And that's just the first lap. Yes, this is Indianapolis, and it's about speed and glory, Scott.
And Marty, this is the most exciting green flag a driver will ever take in their career, but it's also the most dangerous. A 3-wide start going down into turn 1 and constant speeds up over 200 miles an hour for this entire event. But they're willing to assume the risk just to get their likeness on the Borg Warner Trophy.
And you know what that glory is like, Eddie Cheever. You won this race back in '98.
This is a very unique event. You do not have to explain to anybody what the Indianapolis 500 is, wherever you are in the globe. And a very special thing happens. They add 2 words in front of your name wherever you're introduced. It is Indianapolis champion.
Well, there's also some things that get ingrained in our soul, and also the great finishes that we've been able to see over the course of time. And Scott, you were involved in the closest ever.
Still to this day, I can't believe it. Finishing second doesn't feel great, and I only thought about J.R. Hildebrand last year. 799 turns perfectly. The last one didn't work out. Dan Weldon came through to win.
Well, the cars are out on the first of the pace laps, and as we get a chance, let's check in our GoDaddy what to watch for. 2 things really jump out at us: the new car and new engines, and the temperatures. Let's first go back to the new car and the new engines. When you go to your local dealer, you probably think about 2 things: fuel economy and having enough horsepower to get out of those tight situations. Well, it's not that much different here, is it, Scott?
Well, the car that we used last year was in use since 2003, so brand new cars for every team and driver right now. Chevrolet and Lotus have come along to join Honda on the engine front. The big questions are: who's got the most horsepower, who has the best reliability, and fuel economy will play a huge part in today's race.
And Eddie, we could be in for a record-setting day involving the heat.
It seems almost certain that halfway through this race, which is always the critical point of the race, we will be into record heat. These cars are new. It's the first time they've run at the Indianapolis 500, which is by far and away the most 500 grueling miles they will do. It is all up to making sure that you can stay focused the whole race, and the heat will affect the drivers, the cars, and the mechanics that have to get those pit stops done in under 12 seconds.
Well, there you see the cars coming around turn number 4 for the first of the pace laps here in front of this huge throng from about 300,000 people will be in attendance today. And one of the guys who's going to have the blast of his life is going to be Guy Fieri. He is going to be the driver of the pace car. Of course, he's the star of Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives. And there he is behind the wheel of the beautiful Chevrolet pace car for the 23rd time. It is pacing the field at Indianapolis. This year it's the 2013 Chevrolet 60th anniversary Corvette ZR1, the fastest, most capable vet in history. To learn more, just go to Chevy.com/Corvette. Well, Fieri has the drive of a lifetime. How about the guy who's got the ride of a lifetime? That's Thomas Patton from Salina, Ohio. He was the winner for this race, and you want to get that ride? Well, all you have to do is visit shophonda.com and enter to start an IZOD IndyCar race in a 2-seater with maybe the man who's driving it today, Mario Andretti. Official rules at shophonda.com. It ends September 2nd, 2012. No purchase is necessary. Across the top of the screen, you will see the starting field, all 33 cars, with leading the way, the pole sitter in the number 2, Penske entry, Ryan Briscoe. While they continue to warm up the tires, let's warm up pit lane and get a last-minute update. First up is Vince Welch.
Marty, Penske perfect is a phrase we often hear at Indianapolis, and well-deserved. Roger Penske and his teams have won this race 15 times. Penske driver Will Power hopes for some perfection today, but his team over the past couple of years has had issues in the pits, costing them a chance at victory. Will Power today, he comes to this race on a 3-race winning streak, and if he's to get that elusive Indy win, he and the entire team will need to be Penske perfect. Jamie Little?
The 2011 Indy 500 is one Andretti Autosport would like to forget. 2 cars failed to make the field, and a third, Marco Andretti, barely made his way in. But what a difference a year makes. 3 cars qualified in the top 4. All 3 of those drivers hoping to bring owner Michael Andretti his 3rd win here at Indy in just 7 years. Rick DeBrule?
Well, Chip Ganassi's team has won 2 of the last 4 Indy 500, so they come here expecting to do well. But this month has been a rough one. They have struggled. Their Honda engine just didn't seem to have enough oomph. They've qualified mid-pack. The drivers were frustrated, but the team kept working. As a result, when they put in the new race engine on Carb Day, the last practice before the race, they were fastest. Dario was number 1, Scott Dixon number 2. Does that mean a great race car? Not necessarily, but it means there's a good chance you'll see him in the hunt at the end of this race. Dr. Jerry Punch?
You know, those heavyweights from those power teams have to be considered among the favorites, but there are some very special Cinderella stories that bear watching. How about a 21-year-old fresh-faced rookie from Tennessee? Could Joseph Newgarden pull off the upset? And could this be the year that finally Graham Rahal follows in the footsteps of his famous father, who won here in 1986? And then there's a sentimental favorite. How about Tony Kanaan? How special would it be for Tony to stand right here and celebrate the memory of his dear friend and last year's winner, Dan Weldon? Folks, we don't know who's going to win this year's Indianapolis 500, but what we do know is this: it will change their life forever. Marty?
Doc, some great stuff from all 4 of you. You guys be careful down there in that heat with those fire suits on, along with all the other crew members. It is now 86 degrees, and it is still getting hotter. This broadcast is available in Spanish. All you have to do is activate your SAP button. It is presented by ESPN Deportes. As we continue on the pace laps, we have a total of 12 onboard cameras, and let's show you Charlie Kimball's view. He's going to be starting in the 14th position. The man who finished 3rd last year, Graham Rahal, he is going to be starting 12th. And of course, you already heard from Jamie Little about Ryan Hunter-Reay. Went from 0 to hero in 1 year and didn't qualify. Now he's on the outside of the front row.
Marco Andretti has said from the beginning of this month that he has a car that's capable of winning the race. This might just be the year. Will Power has dominated the season up to here, but he has yet to have one really good 500.
And Tony Kanaan, he led here in his first 7 starts, but he's never won here. And this year he brings along his childhood friend, Rubens Barrichello, who raced 19 years in Formula One. He hopes to have an opportunity to finish well here today. J.R. Hildebrand, you remember we saw him last year hit the turn 4 wall. He's looking for redemption in the National Guard car.
And we're going to make a little history of our own here today. Notice that you have a view of Dario Franchitti both as he's driving the car and out the front. We've never been able to bring this to you before. We have one located in Dario's car, and also James Hinchcliffe. Now, James will also serve as our in-race reporter. We may get a chance to talk to him during one of the caution periods later in the race.
Elio Castroneves, a 3-time winner here, looking for his 4th, has a great shot today. And his Team Penske teammate Ryan Briscoe on the pole also has a great shot here today. Remember, 500 miles for this race.
Let's quickly check our GoDaddy.com rules of racing, Scott.
Well, this year the rules of racing have changed just a little bit since last year. The pace car now will pace the field all the way through turn 4 and then go into pit lane for not only the start, but also the restart. Previous years, the car has ducked in just at the end of the pace lap and let the drivers pace that field. That is changing. Also, something new this year, you can pass at any time that you get the green flag, both on the start, Marty, and the restart.
It looks so beautiful. 11 rows of 3, and when you come here year after year, you realize that this track actually talks to you. It shares its memories, but never its secrets. As they come down the front straightaway, ladies and gentlemen, there is the pace car getting ready to pull off. Welcome to the greatest spectacle in racing. Pace car pulls off, the crowd coming to their feet, and down the front straightaway. Oh, what a beautiful sight. The Indianapolis 500 is green. Got some action in the middle of the pack. There you see 2 and 3 cars going wide. It's Ryan Briscoe well out in front right now. They make it through turn 3, coming through 4. So far, so good. James Hinchcliffe wants to lead the first lap, and it looks like he has done it. So, leader officially at the end of lap number 1, James Hinchcliffe.
We're still at that part of the race where nobody has settled down. They're still trying to get their rhythm. Everybody's changing position, and they're trying to figure out what this track is like.
And these new cars that we talked about all month, Eddie, they punch such a big hole in the air. Drafting is a lot easier this year. I would not be surprised to see Ryan Briscoe repay the favor to James Hinchcliffe here very shortly on the front stretch.
But these first 2 laps, that you could tell the cars are really set up well because everybody is very confident and aggressive.
Joseph Newgarden goes around E.J. Vizo. Newgarden, that black and yellow. It's awfully hard to see the numbers on this new car. As we go for the battle for the lead again, we may have another lead change. Briscoe officially leads lap 2.
This is exactly what they told us is going to happen. These lead cars punch a very big hole in the air, and it's very hard to hold the lead. And if you're behind, you can make a run on the car, as we've seen twice in the first 4 laps.
2 laps, 2 lead changes. There is Marco Andretti. He now running in the 3rd position. Ryan Hunter-Reay in the 4th spot. On board with Marco. Let's ride along.
As you watch the Firestone telemetry, we see a 97% throttle. That's just really now possibly an error in the setup on there. And another change. Here we go.
Well, Hinchcliffe tried to get underneath him. He had to think better of it, and it is very slick if you get above the race line.
The track has not been rained on since they've been here all month, and the drivers have been talking about how slippery it is once you get off that rubber. And what that really means is early on in the race, you wouldn't expect there to be grit on top, but there's so much actual rubber on the line that you don't want to wander off even half a foot.
That's the concentration level we always talk about at this racetrack, Eddie. You and I both know it, but it's especially hard here this year because of the high heat.
Down the front straightaway again. The top 4, separated by no more than a car length and a half between each position. And that first group of cars, about the first 10, are trying to separate from the middle group. It is Briscoe, followed by Hinchcliffe, then Andretti, Ryan Hunter-Reay. Tony Kanaan has now moved into the 5th spot. Then it's Elio Castroneves, Joseph Newgarden, Will Power, Alex Tagliani, and Graham Rahal. That is your top 10 right now. Here we go again, down the front straightaway, the drafting that the guys were talking about. Hinchcliffe going to take the lead.
We're going to be seeing this all day long.
Behind him.
And what I love about this, guys, is I look out from our broadcast window. Nobody has sat down in their seats since the green flag.
I haven't sat down.
All of a sudden, Hinchcliffe, look at the gap he has opened up, and now the battle is for 3rd. The 2 Andretti Autosport teammates. That is Ryan Hunter-Reay in the yellow and white car going down low underneath. Marco Andretti, and he takes the spot.
Very difficult as a race driver to sit behind a car in front, but Eddie, you and I talked this month that maybe that might be the best thing to do to try and conserve fuel. Remember, new cars, new engines, a lot is being learned here by the driver driving as we see another draft going on again. Ryan Briscoe returning the favor and makes a nice pass underneath the green machine, as we like to call it, the GoDaddy car, James Hinchcliffe.
You know what they're doing that is very bright is that they are actually helping each other because they're not trying to put any obstruction in, and they're actually gaining on the group.
Down the backstretch, it's Hinchcliffe trying to reel back in. Ryan Briscoe a little bit deeper in that 10th spot is Graham Rahal as we go on board momentarily with Ryan Hunter-Reay. Let's get more on what's going on with Graham Rahal from Vince Welch.
3rd place finisher a year ago, currently running 10th. Marty, as you mentioned, the last thing you want is a problem early, but Rahal reported his fuel light is blinking.
I've got to put in now low fuel alarm. Stay out, stay out. Do not worry about it. Ignore the fuel pressure alarm. Ignore it.
Obviously, Marty's got plenty of fuel, but I'm sure Scott and Eddie would attest the last thing you want is your driver worrying about something mechanical this early in the race.
Well, that can really take away from your focus sometimes. You see his head bopping down, probably looking down, trying to figure out what's going on inside the car. I assure you that car was completely full with 18.5 gallons of fuel, but you have to put that out of your mind, put it in a different department, and just work on the car, because you know the crew will tell you when you need to come in for your pit stop for fuel.
That's exactly what they did. They told him, don't focus on that.
This time, Hinchcliffe not close enough to make the dive down into turn number 1. We're on board. Through turn 2. And again, we've seen that pattern. Once you get through 1, they seem to open up that stretch down the backstretch, and then the second place car seems to close in 3 and 4.
If this first group of 4 start working together like the first 2 are, they might actually be able to put a distance between the pack behind them.
And that's what we should do as a race driver, Eddie. But as you know, when you're sitting inside that cockpit, you just want to go fast. You want to pass the car in front of you. Now, for sure, the team is telling the drivers, let's settle into a pace. Let's understand what our fuel mileage is going to be with this new 2.2-liter engine.
Well, as these guys continue to duke it out, it has been Ryan Briscoe and James Hinchcliffe giving us one heck of a show. Hinchcliffe is right now in second, but by the time you come back, as we go side by side, he could be in first.
Introducing Live TV. Now available on selected Android smartphones. Watch your favorite shows, sports, or movies, whether you're setting off or settling down. Enjoy a great lineup of TV live at your fingertips on Sky Go. Sky. Believe in better.
My name's Will Cooper Mitchell, and I'm a photographer. Never quite know where your best photo is going to come from. It's just trying to capture a little slice of everyday life and make that beautiful. The good thing about the Lumix G3 is it's so much lighter than my normal kit, but still has all the control I need. So I'm always ready for my next shot.
Now available with the world's first power zoom lens for a compact system camera. Lumix G from Panasonic.
Pay as you go from Tesco Mobile. Top up £15 and we'll triple it to £45. And if that wasn't enough, we'll add a little cherry on top. Choose your free minutes, texts or data bundle from Tesco Mobile Pay As You Go. Every little helps.
A lot of people buy insurance through comparison sites without looking elsewhere.
Well, it's easier that way though, isn't it?
But the problem is that some insurers like us aren't on them, and you don't want to find out later that you missed out on a better deal.
No.
Like being married, isn't it? I don't want to commit to the wrong person and then
live to regret it, like I did.
I think we can safely say you did your fair share of exploring the market.
Oh.
Try before you buy, that was her motto.
Why don't I show you what I've got to offer?
Whoa! Inappropriate.
Oh, no, I didn't mean, you know, just meant
I know.
We're not on comparison sites, so don't miss out on our offers. Come direct to Direct Line.
This is the new home of F1 in HD.
You're back to our live coverage of the Indy 500. Thomas Scheckter is with us here in the studio at Sky IndyCar. If you have a question for him, I'm sure he'd be very pleased to answer it for you. But right now, let's go back to the track for the 96th running of the great race. It's live.
The great thing about side-by-side, you saw the pass by Marco Andretti around James Hinchcliffe, putting him into the second position. Let's listen in on James's radio. We might know why.
Yeah, just sitting behind him and breathing a little bit. You're getting really good fuel mileage, so just keep doing this.
So he's talking about fuel mileage already. Oh, we got a yellow. As the 69 car, or the 39 car, I should say, that's Brian Clausen. He has spotted
at the line.
And we have our first yellow at the day here on lap 14.
Nah, started. I just need to start. I didn't hit anything. 10-4, we'll set up the pit lane here. We got tires set out. We'll get a start.
He didn't hit anything.
Great save, great save.
He's got a flat left front. You can see the hole right there where he flat spotted the tire.
And Brian's such a great driver with all his experience that he has, as we're going to watch a replay here. Down low, looks like he might have got in just a little bit early and a little bit low on the white line, Eddie, and the car came around, and I cannot believe he did not hit the wall.
This reminds me of 1985, the spin in the very same spot. That's where Danny Sullivan spun right in front of Mario Andretti. All right, as we get ready for pit stop action here on lap 15, we can tell you the two Lotus cars, they've been struggling with getting enough speed. They did not meet the 105% minimum, both. Jean Alesi and Simona Di Silvestro have been black flagged and brought in. Now they can try and do something to get back out and get above that limit, but it looks like Alesi is already climbing out.
I don't think he wants to get back into it either. It's been a very long month for Alesi and Lotus, and they're just not quite there.
But Eddie, we spoke to him yesterday, and he said he loves this race. He wants to come back next year, maybe in a more competitive car, and maybe Lotus turns around and improves their engine.
So now we'll find out who wants to stop and take fuel, maybe change tires, work on the adjustments, as we'll be coming up on the completion of lap number 15. Everybody is coming in, so let's send it down to Vince Welch as he gets ready for Tony Kanaan.
Tony Kanaan likes his race car. He says it's a little bit fidgety coming out of turn 4, but otherwise he's comfortable with the way it's handling. They did have a little bit of a radio problem prior to the race. He had to change his earphones, but otherwise it's been smooth sailing for Tony Kanaan. He pulls the 11 in. Kanaan has led this race 7 times before. Today it's his 11th start at the Indianapolis 500. No changes, 4 tires. Jamie.
On the box for Ryan Briscoe is a quick stop because he didn't want any changes. The car was that good. On the left-hand side, James Hinchcliffe. We have trouble on pit road, guys. Dario Franchitti has issues, Marty.
And we talk about mistakes being oh so costly in this race, and Dario has the first one for Target Chip Ganassi Racing. And they are already taking the front nose section off.
Got plenty of time.
Oh, he got punted.
Got punted, and the front nose went into the tires that were sitting there, so they'll smartly change the nose in case there was any damage.
That was E.J. Vizo in the 5 that got into it.
If he's going to have a problem, he obviously did, this is the perfect time to have it at the beginning of the race because he can fight his way back, and there was nothing really terminal. But that just goes to show you how crowded the pits are.
On board with Dario.
Now watch his hands on the right-hand side. You know, you're expecting going smoothly, Eddie, as we always calculate this. Turns, the back end comes around, a quick response by Dario, and right now he's going, what in the world was that?
And we hear that Newgarden has stalled in the pits. Jamie?
He was stalled there for an extended period of time. They're trying to figure out what exactly went wrong. He just got it fired. He is down and away. Remember, this is a rookie making his first start here, but a lot of pressure on his shoulders. He has a fast race car underneath him, but he has some time to make up now, Marty.
All right, so he comes back out onto the racetrack. It is James Hinchcliffe who got out first here at Indianapolis, the 500, just into lap number 16.
E.J. Vizo is always the man that is somewhere in the thick of the action, most of it negative action. Thomas Schechter here with us in the studio. Dario Franchitti, Thomas, pulling into his pits, doing what he should do when E.J. catches the rear end of him. How did you see that?
I mean, it's pretty obvious. You know, Vizo just came out of his pits. But, you know, Dario was coming in. He should have seen, and he should have been alerted by his pit crew. But just to hit someone straight behind in their gearbox when they're coming in pits is sort of uncalled for, especially at the start of this race. But I think lucky enough he hasn't lost a lap, and they can get him back out there in this long race to go.
E.J. Vizo seems to be a man, Johnny Kane, that gets himself in the thick of things and doesn't have exactly the best name around the race.
No, I mean we've commented on him quite a few occasions in the studio before, but you know, Dario very lucky there not to actually collect one of the mechanics from the team in his pit box before him. So you know, it could have been a lot worse. Hopefully they can get him back out there and he'll get back up to speed.
Brian Clausen in the 39 was the man that's caused this first caution, is why everybody came down pit lane. Interesting to see that we've got a green flag at the top of our lap 17 to 200 on the strap above the screen. That should obviously be a yellow one, unless I'm going colourblind. It looks different on each. Actually, that's it's green on the monitor I'm looking at, gentlemen, not the two you're looking at. Oh, well, there you go, Ewan. What do you expect? Jean Alesi is parked to the Lotus. Lots of trouble, usually serious. Lotus find themselves parked.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a disappointing week for them, really. Way off the pace in every session, really. And there was talk of, if the cars weren't fast enough in the race, that they would be forced to pit. And I think that's what it looks like so far.
Andy, strategically, Dario and the Ganassi team you work closely with, got a lot of work to do now.
Yes, but it's, as Thomas said, it's a very long race. There's multiple pit stops to come.
he was moving forward within the field as well. So yeah, we look to him to recover from there. They obviously had a spare nose ready. They will run all the spare noses on the car to make sure the balance doesn't change if they have to change the nose. So yeah, they'll be up for this, and we'll look for them coming to the front.
Okay, well, we are about to go green. We are on lap 18 of the 200 laps, 2.5 miles round here, 500 miles the race distance, of course. Leader is the Mayor of Hinchtown, affectionately known as. James Hinchcliffe is the man leading the Indy 500 in 2012. Let's go back.
Here we are at the Indianapolis 500, our telecast presented by GoDaddy.com. After 17 laps, there is Dario Franchitti. He is right now shown in 29th position, and here's the reason why.
So what a clear score. Okay, it happened early. We got plenty of time to recover.
So actually, he was a little calmer than I expected. Green flag has flown, and boy, Hinchcliffe gets snookered, and so do several others, including Elio Castroneves. We got 3-4 wide. Hang on.
Is that not a traffic jam?
Oh, you don't want to be up in that grade, but they managed to hang on. What a exciting restart.
Remember, first restart with these new cars, first race this year with these new cars on an oval, and they were doing to a single file restart up in turn 4, but by the time they got to the start-finish line, boy, it was like 6 abreast, Eddie.
There was no more room.
It was Will Power you saw back there. Here we go, side by side, that J.R. Hildebrand in the number 4 car as another car peels off heading for pit lane. That's Newgarden in the very back of the field.
That's a very late pass, very, very late pass.
Whoa.
And you don't want to be touching that white line.
That was Sebastian Saavedra. He had a pit speed violation, so he has to do a back pass-through as he makes his way down the long pit lane. Meanwhile, out on the track, the lead right now is held by the 26 of Marco Andretti.
And Marty, when you talk about pit speed violation, you're supposed to be 60 miles an hour on the pit entrance all the way through to the exit. Obviously, he was above that number.
Fastest car on the last lap was Ryan Briscoe. This time, Bob, it looks like it's going to be Elio Castroneves, who is running back in the 7th position. You're on board with Briscoe. That's Scott Dixon. You can tell the two targeted cars apart. Look for the white trim on the side pods and the mirrors for Dixon's car. That'll help you identify those two.
Now for Marco Andretti, who is leading, he needs to settle into a pace and see if he can turn the fuel trim knob that's on his steering wheel back just a little bit, Eddie, to try to start to save fuel.
I don't think that's possible in your league. I think what you have right now is a poker game that's almost being run from the pits, and they're trying to accumulate as much money as they can. It's like saving money. It's a few dollars here, a few dollars there, that towards the end of the race might make the difference of 1 lap.
Oh, and a nice slice job exactly for that situation with Ryan Briscoe. Good draft down the front stretch and sliding underneath Marco Andretti in turn 1.
And another lead change here at Indianapolis as Marco Andretti's now under attack from his teammate James Hinchcliffe. For Marco, when he did get in the lead, 7th Indianapolis 500 he's been in, 5th time he's led the race. Now he's got to reel in Ryan Briscoe.
Now you have to remember that 2 cars working together will always be faster around here than 1. So the leading car is almost a sitting duck, Scott.
And you know, when I was mentioning about fuel trim, you know, I guess if you turn the fuel trim back, because you're trying to push so much air with these cars, you slow the car down. Maybe you don't have that chance to be able to run in front like we did last year and sort of try and save fuel.
Well, guys, not to get too technical, but the Chevrolets, we heard, may not be able to trim as much fuel as possible because of the sheer heat that's being generated by the day-to-day in those engines. We'll keep tabs on that. As far as Marco Andretti is concerned, right now he came into this race very confident, more than he has ever been. We talked to him.
I expect to win. I mean, that's what I'm showing up to do. And I truly believe, I mean, if this car replicates the last time I drove it on Sunday, I'm going to be the one to beat.
And there goes Marco just as he finishes up, going right around Ryan Briscoe. This is going to be a fun day at Indianapolis.
And as that pass was completed from our place right here in the broadcast booth, you can hear the roar of the crowd when the Andretti takes lead.
We have had 9 lead changes between 3 different leaders. And You can see the top 6 are still all well within contact.
But nobody has managed to go away.
Oriol Servia looks like he has a flat tire. He has to come in. Rick, what do you have?
Indeed, that is exactly what happened. He was concerned because it was getting very, very loose. He said he thought he had a tire going down. They said, come in and change it. Let's be safe.
Well, that's a tough break for Servia, but it does happen early in the race. Gives him time to fight his way back. Working lap number 25 as they head around turn 2. Whoa, Hinchcliffe got high there in the third car in your picture.
You don't get away with that very often. That's just turning in late to the turn, or possibly the car's not working as well as it did for him. Maybe a little understeer. The front doesn't give you the grip that you want when you turn the wheel, or he missed his turn-in point, but you won't make that mistake and get away with it very often, Eddie.
And if you do, your heart rate's probably up around the 200 zone.
All right, while this continues, want to go back and show you the restart. As you'll get a chance on the single file. It didn't look much single about it, as look at this, 5 wide at one point. Oh. Let's go on board with Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Oh, just inches and up to almost 200 miles an hour on the restart.
All right, so now you see Marco Andretti still in front of Ryan Briscoe. Hinchcliffe, Tagliani, Tony Kanaan. That is your top 5. This is lap 26. Everybody in the stands was given those glasses in memory of Dan Weldon, and a lot of those folks, they have them on.
Marc Andretti actually looks like the only car so far that's managed to put some distance in this many laps in a row on the rest of the field.
They'll do the tribute again, and there is the 98. That's Brian Herta's team, who Dan drove for last year. That's Alex Tagliani, and he is closing on Ryan Briscoe. And they will do the tribute one more time at lap 98. Those were the 2 car numbers that Dan had, 26 and 98, when he won his 2 Indianapolis 500. Stay with us. We'll be back with you after a word from your ABC stations.
This summer on Sky Sports News, we'll bring you all the breaking stories from Euro 2012, reporting live from Poland and Ukraine. At the Olympics, we'll have teams of reporters breaking the news around the event. Expert analysis from past Olympians, and daily shows from our studio overlooking the Olympic Park. Plus, all the football transfer news as it happens.
Big news in the transfer market.
Keep up to speed and stay informed wherever you are. This summer on Sky Sports News.
If you need me, call me, no matter where you are, no matter how far. Just call my name, I'll be there in a hurry. You don't have to worry, 'cause baby,
There's a force at work across the world, helping businesses of all sizes grow to achieve their potential. That's the speed of yellow. DHL Express. Excellence simply delivered.
Sometimes paying back money can be a real hassle. That's why Barclays has a new free mobile app that lets you send money with just your mobile phone. All you need is someone's mobile number, and you can use it whether you bank with Barclays or not. She's sending her mate 12 quid for her share of the curry last Friday. Seems a bit steep, she only had a few poppadoms. And there goes John's £200 to the plumber. Barclays Ping It, the easy way to send money using just a mobile number.
Move to the beach with Coca-Cola, presenting partner of the Olympic Torch Relay.
This is the new home of F1 in HD.
The The Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the motor racing capital of the world. And one day each year, all eyes focus on this 2.5-mile oval. We had an unbelievable start to this race, passing, slicing, and dicing. We've already had 9 lead changes. We've also had incidents in pit lane when Dario Franchitti got hit from behind by E.J. Vizo. Who has their likeness on the board? We're still a long way from determining that. Right now, it is Marco Andretti out in front of his teammate, James Hinchcliffe, followed in third by Ryan Briscoe. Let's check in with Dr. Jerry Punch.
And Marty, we documented that the Lotus engine, in spite of all the efforts, wasn't quite up to speed. And John Lacey, they called you in and asked you to pull in. Given your glorious Formula One career, how tough is it for you, your first time in Indy, to have to end this early?
You know, I give my heart, I give my passion to be here. It was a lot of effort at home to train to be back physically. I found fantastic people around me. They helped me very much to be into the speed of this racetrack. We are suffering with the engine performance, so the regulation, we have to stick with it, and we've been stopped.
John Lacey out of it, but he did say, Marty, he will be back next year.
And that would be a pleasant, wonderful surprise to have him back again. A great Formula One driver. We have a word from IndyCar officials. There will be no action taken on E.J. Vizo for that incident with the 50 car. They considered it a racing incident. Let's go back and reset the top 5 here. It is Marco Andretti, James Hinchcliffe, Ryan Briscoe, Alex Tagliani, and Tony Kanaan. That is your top 5. There is TK. He's a bit superstitious. It's his 11th Indy 500. It's the car number. It's his lucky number. And he says, maybe today Indianapolis will smile on me. On board with his car.
Sitting here watching these first laps, I'm trying to put myself in the position of a driver, trying to think, what have I learned here that will really help me at the end of the race? Right now, I don't think I'd want to be leading going to the last 3 laps, because it seems that nobody can actually get away.
All right, while all this action continues, let's check in with Rick DeBrule.
Well, and right now, Takuma Sato's on the move. Bobby Rahal just told him he's the fastest guy on the track. But more importantly, he gave him some advice on passing. Let's listen to what he had to say.
Hey, Taku, we don't need, let's be a little more conservative on those passes. We pulled it off, but let's be a little bit better thinker there.
And that's what Takuma Sato is saying that Bobby Rahal has been so good at this month, giving him a little bit of advice, taking him in the right direction, and right there, just maybe taking him down a notch. You got plenty of time in this race. Don't rush it.
You know, it's very interesting because in speaking with a lot of drivers and even talking with Bobby Rahal the other night, talking about this, these cars are more difficult to pass in than probably the previous cars because of the smaller displacement. We are now running turbocharged engines instead of normally aspirated engines. So if you lift your foot off the throttle and you put it back on, it's a bit slower response and it's difficult, and you have to time the pass correctly. The passing setup starts in turns 1 and 2, for instance, if you're going to complete it down here in 3 and 4.
Race leader Marco Andretti has now had the longest stint up front. Between the 3 leaders, he has now led a total of 15 laps, but 13 consecutive. That's how fast the passes were coming early in the race. Take a look at the 14, the A.J. Foyt entry of Mike Conway. Remember 2 years ago, that late race crash that put him up into the fence? Well, here he is, the best mover on the racetrack. He has picked up 18 spots, and he now finds himself in 11th, all the way from 30th.
Right behind Helio Castroneves, who has won it 3 times. So he's probably sitting back here figuring out how they're running their race, and he's accumulating as much experience as he can. But he has A.J. Foyt in his corner, and that makes a big difference at a place like this. Whenever I drove for him here, he always had something special.
Well, Conway doing a fine job right now, and he has got the Honda power. Castroneves in the Chevy right in front of him. There is your top 5, and there is the legend, the 4-time winner, A.J. Foyt. We're side by side.
There's a new way to rent movies instantly. It's called the Sky Store, and it's open to Sky TV customers with Anytime Plus. Rent over 1,000 movies instantly with Sky Store.
She didn't seem real to me at first. The way she looked inside that big top, under those lights. I thought I'd go blind from the shine.
Mobile, online and uncontactless. Flow faster with Visa.
A lot of people buy insurance through comparison sites without looking elsewhere.
Well, it's easier that way though, isn't it?
But the problem is that some insurers like us aren't on them, and you don't want to find out later that you missed out on a better deal.
No.
Like being married, isn't it? I don't want to commit to the wrong person and then
live to regret it, like I did.
I think we can safely say you did your fair share of exploring the market.
Oh.
Try before you buy, that was her motto.
Why don't I show you what I've got to offer?
Whoa! Inappropriate.
Oh, no, I didn't mean, just
I know.
We're not on comparison sites, so don't miss out on our offers. Come direct to Direct Line.
Get the most from your garden with great savings on selected garden furniture. Get this Andorra garden dining set for only $199.99 and enjoy your garden with a great range of barbecues. This Phoenix barbecue is now half price. It's the perfect way to enjoy outdoors. Homebase. Make a house a home.
This is the new home of F1 in HD.
You're back to our live coverage. It's lap 41 of the Indy 500, the 96th running of the great race. And if you want to join us, join in, I should say, at Sky IndyCar, and that's our Twitter feed. And one from Amit Mandalia here, and I've really got to ask you this one, Andy Brown, if I may. Question for the team: do you see this race being more about fuel mileage than outright speed?
It all depends how the yellows play out, depending especially on when the last yellow comes into play. You'll either have people trying to stretch the fuel to the finish there, or if it's come maybe 25 laps from the finish, they'll go flat out. So it's really going to depend on when the last yellow falls, I think.
How does that mess with a driver's mind, Thomas, as far as having to take care of fuel mileage and such likes?
Well, it depends. Right now, I mean, I think you're just trying to log laps. You sort of know what you've got. You're communicating a little bit to the engineers what they can improve on the car, but you just want to stay out of trouble, log laps, and get yourself into a position where you have a shot in the last 25 or 30 laps.
2006, you've got a few comments to make about that, Andy, I believe.
Yeah, there was a race that Dan dominated. I think we led about over 150 laps that day, and unfortunately caught a puncture near the end, and Sam chopped us pretty heavily at the last restart. There's a donut on the side of Sam's side pod, which is from Dan's front wheel. If Dan hadn't conceded, then they'd have both been in the wall.
Marco Andretti leads today's race though, from Ryan Briscoe, the pole sitter, and James Hinchcliffe, the second place man on the starting grid. Alex Tagliani is fourth, Tony Kanaan fifth, and Scott Dixon in the first Honda car in sixth place at the moment. Let's go back to the track then on lap 43.
That would be on lap 45. Marco pitted on lap 15, so they are getting what their target was, 30 laps. But now James Hinchcliffe is coming in a little bit earlier, so he's got a long way to go to get down to Jamie Little.
Yes, he does. The number one pit box is his. He said the car just needs a little bit of help. They dropped the air pressure on the rear tires only. They'll fill it up with Sunoco fuel. Talking to their driver, 8.3, good stop for James Hinchcliffe.
You heard a little hesitation on the exit here, on the exit for James Hinchcliffe. This year, guys, the clutch on the car is no longer down by, and you don't use your foot. It's on the steering wheel, so it's a hand clutch. And when they first started this racing series back in St. Petersburg, a lot of people had difficulty with that. They're getting used to it now, but as you know, Eddie, very difficult from what we're used to.
And they have to do maybe 10 of them. So if you have an issue with the clutch and you burn it after your third or fourth start, you don't have a clutch. And if you don't have a clutch, you are done.
Will Marco Andretti peel off this time and head for pit lane? Yes, he does. So right on cue, on lap 45, he brings it in. And Marco gets down to the 60-mile-an-hour speed limit. That means Ryan Briscoe will assume the race lead. Again, he's going to head all the way down to Jamie Little.
Marco Andretti fired up, leading the Indianapolis 500 once again. Told his guys, let's do it for Danny Boy. Of course, talking about Dan Weldon. He loves his car, says it's absolutely great. They too will fill it up with fuel, put 4 tires on it. And down and away, no changes for Marco Andretti. Meanwhile, Ryan Briscoe, who started on the pole, you see his teammate Will Power was just ahead of him. No changes expected right now. He too is down and away. Ryan Briscoe, 10.7, a little bit longer than we've seen so far today.
Will Power comes out of pit lane. There is Ryan Hunter-Reay still getting his service. We can tell you Alex Tagliani has assumed the race lead. He stayed out so far and is continuing on the racetrack. That is Ryan Hunter-Reay back out as well.
So, but when you mention Alex Tagliani, he was the pole sitter last year.
There is Mike Conway. Doc.
And what a ride thus far for this young man from Britain, coming all the way from 29th starting spot. A little bit of understeer on exit. 4 tires, minor air pressure. He's away. Jamie Elio.
And Elio Castroneves is in. His car has been pretty good today. He too very confident, just like Marco Andretti all month long. He thinks this is going to be his chance. Wait, having a problem on the right rear. You saw him waving his hand saying, wait guys, wait. Twice the normal time of a stop for 4 tires and fuel, Marty.
And if you remember in last year's race, Elio Castroneves lost a tire late in the event, and also Will Power had tire troubles as Takuma Sato is in. Rick?
Takuma Sato brings it in. They made a slight wing adjustment. He was complaining it's a little bit loose. They put the Sunoco fuel in. Quick, clean stop, and he's out.
The 38 of Graham Rahal, he reported early that the fuel light was malfunctioning, but no issues since and no changes on that stop.
Scott Dixon has rotated into the race lead, as there you see Alex Tagliani in the 98 side by side as we go on board with Graham Rahal. Rahal gives him this position. They're going back out. Now Dixon has peeled off. So has Dario Franchitti. So they are now coming down, working on lap 49. Vince.
Scott Dixon, your 2008 winner. They were thrilled with the way their car handled in the final practice. Very optimistic today. Got good fuel mileage on the first stint. It's been a clean stop so far. Dixon, a quick stop by the target team. Rick.
And Dario, a quick stop as well. A little bit earlier, Chip was on the radio saying, you're the fastest car out there. You're closing on the leaders. Keep doing it.
Joseph Newgarden stalled on the last stop. It was an electrical issue. They were trying to figure out what happened. He got stuck between gears, and you see the team. And it's stalling again. He's stuck. He cannot get it in gear. He got it going. Once he's out on the track, though, he's okay.
Charlie Kimball inherited the race lead, but now he is coming down pit road. Vince?
Charlie Kimball racing with type 1 diabetes. This is his second time at Indianapolis. A year ago, he said he was like a scrubby kid, but this year he knows what's to expect. They expect more from him. It's been good so far. A little free off turn 4 for Kimball. They're making an air pressure change, and they'll push him off at 10 seconds.
All right, so it looks like we have cycled through, and guess who's back out in front here at Indianapolis? It is Marco Andretti as he retakes the lead. That is Catherine Legg in the 6, right in front of him. And Catherine is running in the 28th position and is now 2 laps down.
And she is a rookie. Here you saw the bright yellow on the back of her car along the suspension pieces when Marco was completing the pass. That's so the drivers know that there's a rookie driving the car up in front.
We're 1/4 of the way through this race. We've had 6 different leaders and 12 lead changes. And Elio Castroneves finds himself having to fight his way back after problems on pit lane. Here's what happened.
Very uncharacteristic of Penske. The rear tire did not go on, and they almost left like they did last year. He was very lucky to actually watch him lift his hands up and say, no, I'm not ready. Hold. Then he went.
It ends up, Elio comes back out onto the racetrack in the 12th position.
And there was a little bit of fire on the right-hand side also, which they managed to put out with water.
Clear out, clear out, clear out.
So we're going to go side by side. There's Elio back out on the track. We told you he's in 12th. They're all chasing that man, Marco Andretti.
Join me, Mariella Frostrup, as the book show goes on its annual road trip to the Telegraph Hay Festival. It's a must-see for every book lover. The book show at the Hay Festival starts Saturday at 7, Sky Arts 1 HD.
Top tour events from both sides of the Atlantic this weekend. The Wales Open from Celtic Manor and the Memorial Tournament from Ohio. Starts Thursday, Sky Sports 1. Coverage sponsored by Barclays Premier Banking.
If you need me, call me, no matter where you are.
be there in a hurry. You don't have to worry, 'cause baby,
There's a force at work across the world, helping businesses of all sizes grow to achieve their potential. That's the speed of yellow. DHL Express. Excellence simply delivered.
At Curry's PC World, see the big game.
On a big TV.
Like this exclusive LG 42-inch backlit LED TV.
It's smart.
With Wi-Fi, so you can catch up on the action anytime.
Just $549.
£130 off.
How about something bigger?
You got it. This exclusive 1080p 60-inch Samsung Plasma.
Now $899.
Save £600.
Plus, with any TV, laptop or MacBook 549 or over,
For every goal England score,
we'll give you £10 cash back.
Cash for goals.
Big time.
At Curry's PC World now.
We can help.
The new Seat Ibiza from £199 per month with 0% APR representative finance available. The new Seat Ibiza, perfectly in tune.
Seat.
This is the new home of F1 in HD.
You're back to our live coverage of the 96th running of the Indianapolis 500. Johnny Kane, I've got to ask you, seemingly a lot of trouble getting on the clutch in pit lane.
Yeah, it's a very similar engine to what I used in LMP and sports cars last year, and the clutch was really like a switch. So very difficult to pull away without stalling the engine. So you see the guys slip in the clutch, but obviously you don't want to do that too much either.
Okay, let's get back to our commentators at trackside.
Back at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Marco Andretti leads by 3.6 seconds over Scott Dixon. As we go on board, let's talk about what's coming up on the calendar, because next week NASCAR Nationwide Series is at Dover, Saturday at 1 o'clock Eastern on ESPN. The NHRA has the Super Nationals qualifying Saturday 4:30 Eastern on ESPN, then switch over to ESPN 2 same time on Sunday for the finals. Eyes on IndyCar Series, we're heading for Belle Isle next Sunday 3:30 Eastern right here on ABC. Join us on the conversation on Twitter, #Indy500. On board there with Rubens Barrichello. Here is your race leader, and that's the view he has out the front. Marco Andretti by 1.6 seconds over a charging Scott Dixon. Remember, he started this race back in 15th. His crew gave him some great service, and there he is with the white trim on that red Target machine. Now another 4 seconds back is third place, and that's James Hinchcliffe. And that first full stint, Hinchcliffe did not get as good a mileage. And Briscoe, we can tell you, just got by him, so he has slipped back another position. So move Briscoe up to third. There's Hinchcliffe. And then Takuma Sato is running a very strong fifth. There they are, all three of them.
After Sato was told by Rahal to be a little bit more careful at this point in the race as to how you pull off your passes, he seems to have settled into a very good pace.
Let's go back and show you the pass where Briscoe gets around James Hinchcliffe.
It all starts back there in turns 3 and 4. The drafting takes place down the front stretch, and then the slipstream happens and you dive on the inside and complete it very nicely.
But have you noticed how quickly the car that gets passed gets right back into the draft again?
There you see the 41 coming back out. That's Wade Cunningham. He's 15 laps down after an extended stop. How about Graham Rahal, second generation driver? Let's check in with Vince Welch.
Graham Rahal says when you put together a good lap here, nothing feels better, but it's not feeling so good right now.
I don't know why, but their cars are towing up so much better. I just can't even tow up. I'm flat in the draft, and they're pulling me.
A lot of reason to go, Graham. We got a lot of adjustments. Let's just stay in it. Stay in it.
You hear him giving confidence and encouragement to Graham Rahal, but he's concerned. Maybe too much downforce in the car for the way that Rahal wants to run it right now.
That's one of the most difficult decisions that a team has to make as to how much downforce they're going to put in the car. But they have the option here, Scott, of taking downforce out from the back, which we thought was going to happen later in the race, not this early.
But the way these cars have so much grip on the road, remember, they produce about 2,000 pounds of downforce. You could almost take these cars and run them upside down on the ceiling. They have the grip because of those Venturi tunnels that are underneath, and it really helps them get through the turns here really well. Another pass about ready to happen. James Hinchcliffe doing the duty to go around.
So they're clear.
Ryan, what a great job these guys are doing.
So now he's the one that's punching the hole in the air, and Briscoe behind him is filling that void. And we'll see how few laps it takes for him to close that gap again.
Well, how about Takuma Sato right there? He is looking to get around Briscoe as well. Loses a little bit of ground as they head into 3.
You have to remember the 2 cars here working together will always be faster than one. So if they work together, they can shut down that distance very quickly.
Now this battle is a full 7 seconds behind race leader Marco Andretti. Andretti still in front by over a second, with second place Scott Dixon. Sato takes an outside line and a defensive line taken by the 2 car of Ryan Briscoe.
Think about the power plant war that we have going on right now with Andretti in a Chevrolet. Dixon is in second in a Honda. Another couple of Chevrolets with James Hinchcliffe and Ryan Briscoe. And then 5th place, Takuma Sato in a Honda. Remember, there's a lot of pride on the line right now between these engine manufacturers. We mentioned before that the 2 Lotus cars have had problems, so they have now removed themselves from the race.
All right, let's go back and show you Ryan Briscoe checking out the mirrors. We can show you both his view and what he's doing. Look at that head turning.
Driving along, he's very calmly just checking in the mirrors to see how much the driver can come up behind him, and he sneaks onto his inside, which is his left, completes the pass. As you can see that on the right-hand side of the screen. No sense in being defensive at this time in the race.
Sato continues trying to close the gap on Briscoe. Let's check in again with Rick DeBrule.
Well, talking with Bobby Rahal before the race, and he says Sato's one of those drivers you like to talk him through the race. Give him a little advice, give him a little nurturing as he goes through the race. And as I listen on the radio, that's exactly what's been going on. You heard that a little bit earlier where he was giving advice. He's constantly on the radio, and there you see Sato making the move on Briscoe.
And he completes it. Nice pass. It certainly was. So now Briscoe finds himself back in that 5th spot. And closing on him will be teammate Will Power. But he's a few seconds behind that group of 3. 4 different teams in the top 5. You're on board with James Hinchcliffe, who is running in 3rd, and the view out the back as well. There's his teammate. That's the man who's leading, Marco Andretti. He has now led a total of 37 laps. We've had 13 lead changes. Stay with us. We'll be back after a word from your ABC stations.
Sky Movies Premiere HD, brought to you by Smart Viera from Panasonic.
Coming this June. Brand new and exclusive to Sky Movies.
Stop it.
This is what I live for!
Peace is never an option.
Terry, he's a vampire man.
They're giving you gold here. No one brings you movies like Sky Movies.
Sainsbury's has everything you need for a Jubilee celebration to remember. Sainsbury's. Live well for less.
Oh, I'm in here. You didn't say you were going to Harvey's. Come on.
10% offer ends Monday 8 p.m.
Move to the beats with Coca-Cola, presenting partner of the Olympic Torch Relay.
A lot of people buy insurance through comparison sites without looking elsewhere.
Well, it's easier that way though, isn't it?
But the problem is that some insurers like us aren't on them, and you don't want to find out later that you missed out on a better deal.
No.
Like being married, isn't it? Don't want to commit to the wrong person and then
Live to regret it, like I did.
I think we can safely say you did your fair share of exploring the market.
Ooh.
Try before you buy, that was her motto.
Why don't I show you what I've got to offer?
Whoa! Inappropriate.
Oh, no, I didn't mean, just
I know.
We're not on comparison sites, so don't miss out on our offers. Come direct to Direct Line.
This is the new home of F1 in HD. coverage of the Indianapolis 500 on ABC, presented by GoDaddy.com. Brought to you by iZod. Go to iZod.com to see the latest in iZod color and performance. And Expedia. Save on your next trip by booking your flight and hotel together. Expedia.
Marco Andretti attempting to become the first American driver since Sam Hornish vanquished him in the final lap in 2006. But anytime an Andretti takes the lead at Indy, you cross your fingers. There is something known as the Andretti curse. Yes, Marco's grandfather was able to win this back in 1969, but his dad, Michael, could never take the checkered flag. And Michael is with our Jamie Little. Let's go to Jamie now.
And he has a lot on his plate. 5 cars in the field right now talking to the driver. He's the strategist for Ryan Hunter-Reay. But your son is leading, meanwhile trying to keep your eye on this team. How are you balancing it all right now, Michael?
Like I always do. You know, I always have my eye on all the other cars, and, you know, I'm trying to stick to what's going on here, too. So they keep me in line here.
Little nerve-wracking standing here watching.
Talking in my ear.
Oh, he's talking in his ear right now. He's got a lot on his plate. We're going to keep our eye and see if he can get his 3rd win here as an owner at Indianapolis, Brent.
Okay, Jamie, we're going to pick it up over here. Thank you. As there is Marco Andretti continuing around this racetrack. His laps have been in the 2:17 range, guys. He's ahead of Scott Dixon, but not as much. It's closing down. It's under a second between 1st and 2nd place. Let's get some other things updated for you. During the commercial break, Tony Kanaan made a pit stop after only 19 laps. We're tracking down, trying to find out if there was a fuel issue or something else. He is now 1 lap down in 25th position. Dropping back to the 3rd position on the racetrack is Takuma Sato. He is 9 seconds behind the race lead, but right now he has gotten around Ryan Briscoe. Let's go back and show you exactly.
So Sato just coming behind James Hinchcliffe, making a nice move. Remember, these cars do allow for great drafting, making that move down the front stretch and going into turn 1 as we've seen many times before. Remember, you're entering turn 1 at 220 miles an hour, so you want to get past that car you're passing in due time to be able to make the correct line to set up for 1, Marty.
And Briscoe, we should tell you, also got around Hinchcliffe. So it's now Andretti, Dixon, Sato, Briscoe, Hinchcliffe, and Newgarden is in. Jamie.
And you know, he's been struggling today with trying to keep it in gear, so he's making his way back down for a stop here. The problem is when he gets into the box, he can't get it in gear to exit. Much better that time for Joseph Newgarden.
He is shown right now 1 lap down in the 26th position. Whoa, that was close for Sato.
You don't want to do that too many times.
If Bobby Rahal saw that one, I think his heart skipped a beat.
Oh, it's so difficult. You're going so fast here, the length of a football field in less than a second. We talk about it all the time, Eddie. You cannot have a mental lapse going into these turns.
But at this point in the race, he's still trying maybe to find his rhythm. You know, he's passing cars. He finds himself in 3rd place, so he's probably a little bit too excited. He's got a long way to go.
Let's go back and show you in ultra slow motion how close this was.
And see his outside tires. You can see driving over the rubber marbles, and those are starting to come off the tires themselves. You need to be cautious the next time you go through the next set of turns. Your tires are clean and not sliding.
Yeah, he probably has his right eye closed when he got that close to the wall, but you are absolutely right. You don't know if you have a problem or not.
Look at right behind him as there you see Dario Franchitti as he has now gotten around Briscoe. Franchitti, remember on the restart, he was on lap 18 in 28th position after getting a new nose. Here he is getting around Briscoe, moving into 4th.
He had a very cold and calculated march all the way through the field. He had to get through every one of those cars, Scott, one at a time, and do it without putting his car in danger. This is somebody who knows where he's going, and he wants to get 3 wins.
On board with James Hinchcliffe. He's trying to reel in Ryan Briscoe.
You can see his hands very calmly on the steering wheel. Look underneath his helmet. This time we'll actually see a little bit of flapping going on from the balaclava that's there.
That is Scott Dixon on the move as he gets around some slower traffic there. It was E.J. Vizo. And Franchitti is coming under attack.
And there's very little he can do. Franchitti's just running quicker.
Yeah, that's Franchitti as he gets around Takuma Sato, and boy, he is making this look easy.
That's the biggest distance I've seen a driver manage to put on a car that he passed in less than half a lap.
And here comes your race leader, Marco Andretti. He is making a pit stop here on lap 74. Jamie.
And they let him know, wide open here. Take your time. Let's hit our marks and get it right. 4 tires and fuel. He's been so happy with this race car. No adjustments once again. Meanwhile, his teammate James Hinchcliffe making his way all the way down pit road. Car has been pretty good. They'll fill it up with Sunoco fuel once again. But 4 tires on it. No changes to the car. James Hinchcliffe, rev, get it filled with fuel. He's down and away. Meanwhile, Ryan Hunter-Reay, another Andretti car, making his way down pit road. Of course, we talked to Michael Andretti. He's calling the shots for Ryan Hunter-Reay. This race, he was with Marco last year, Marty.
So Marco Andretti gets 29 laps this time on a tank of fuel. He went 30 on the first go. Here comes Ryan Briscoe as he is peeled off. So is Power and Castronetta. So all 3 of the Penske cars are in the pit lane. Let's go back to Jamie.
And that's usually not something we see with Penske. They like to have their strategies different with the 3 cars, but they are pitting all 3 together. You're looking at Ryan Briscoe. You see Roger Penske on the right-hand side. Ask him, do you want downforce? He said no, no changes. Meanwhile, Elio wanted to get a faster stop here. They had a problem with the right rear, and he has an issue. He almost stalled it there. A little bit quicker than that last stop, though.
Yeah, he lost still about a second. There's the captain, Roger Penske, as they'll come back out onto the racetrack, and you're on board with Elio.
Watch his hands. He'll go through the paddle shifters now because the gear changing mechanism is on the steering wheel, called paddle shifters, no longer the H pattern as we called it in the old style with the stick shift knob inside the cockpit.
The reason we're showing you Scott Dixon, he is your race leader. He is ahead of his teammate, Dario Franchitti, by 11 seconds. So Dixon, who started 15th in this race, Franchitti 16th, the target cars have fought their way back into contention.
But do we have to remember that Franchitti had to come all the way from the back and pass every one of those cars to get in the position that he's in. So now we have 2 Hondas leading the 500.
Just as we were getting ready to tell you, Mike Conway was up to 3rd again. He is peeling off and making his 2nd round of pit stops. So is Graham Rahal. So right now, the Hondas with, well, Dixon, as we mentioned it, he is now coming in. So Dixon, he last pitted on lap 48, and now he's coming in on lap 78. So again, he's able to make 30 laps. So we're starting to see just how far these cars can go.
And that's a trend that will make a difference, Scott, towards the end. Every lap that you manage to put in the bank, you can use at the end.
Vince?
You heard Mike Hull say wide open on the entry for Scott Dixon. Fuel mileage hasn't been their strength this year, but so far it's been pretty good. This is the 3rd straight stop. No changes to the chassis for Scott Dixon. Up and away at 8.9. Well, the target team on the 9 side's been real good today.
And as you finish up, you can see as he gets back out on track that also Dario Franchitti peeled off and made his pit stop here on lap number 79. Charlie Kimball is again your race leader. It's the 2nd time he has led the race. Our 14th different lead change. Let's go on board with Charlie.
He's another one of the drivers getting very good fuel mileage.
And just as we say that, he is going to come in and get some fresh tires. Now, Mike Conway, he is going to have to go on a drive-through penalty, and this is going to really hurt him. He had gotten himself up into the top 5. All right, the word is he hit a crew member coming in, and here's what happened. Oh. He got so close to the wall, guys.
That's just one of those things. You have to be really calm and collected when you come in the pits. You cannot be in a rush, Scott. As you know, you have to hit your marks, and they are so lucky that nobody got hurt there.
Oh, and I would imagine as a driver that he would feel very bad. Doc, you have more?
Yeah, that was Rodney Klossmeyer out of Hempstead, Texas, and he was the fueler. Oh, trouble on the track, guys.
A huge crash on the track here at Indianapolis. Our 2nd caution has come out, and it looks like it is Mike Conway and Will Power involved. So no sooner does Conway get back out on the track than he is involved in a major incident here with Will Power. So Power, who had a 3-race win streak here on the series and hoping to get his first Indianapolis 500 win, is not going to have it happen today.
He has always had a hard time here at the Speedway, but that is just a very good example of that. Probably or shouldn't have happened. It all started with a bad pit stop, Scott, didn't it?
And then you think about that when you get up on the track. We have to see what made this accident happen. But, you know, when you think about the drivers having to crash, they're in the car, they're moving. I think about Will Power. His wife, Elizabeth, actually works for a team here, Dreyer and Reinbold team, and does the PR work for Oriole Servia. So she's busy in the pit lane here. And when she sees that there's an accident on the track, she said, I always look to see if it's my husband.
Both drivers are okay.
Both are out. Let's take a look and see exactly what happened.
See, Conway has now come out of the pit lane. He's actually slow on the track. It looks like he's having problems with the car, Eddie. It's just loose on him. And you know something? Will Power's coming from behind. He is just going to end up taken out.
He had nowhere to go. Will Power had absolutely nowhere to go. And look how the car turns into. That's the worst angle that a car can take.
Well, just remember a few years ago, this exact spot where Conway had his crash a couple of years ago when he rode up and over Ryan Hunter-Reay. So the car hit the wall, comes out, and then you see the Verizon machine of Will Power just slice underneath it a little bit. And for Conway, he's riding up on the top of the wall, Eddie, and luckily the car comes back down, as we call it, on all 4, obviously, wheels missing. But a ride that Mike Conway certainly does not want to take, and probably relived a little bit of what happened to him 2 years ago.
And we want to remind everybody watching this horrific accident that turned out with no drivers getting hurt, that these are brand new cars that have been engineered to make sure they are much safer in impacts like this, and it did everything it was expected to do. But that whole accident started from a bad pit stop, and then it just degenerated, and he looked like he was actually going slow when he started to spin.
All right, let's go on board with Will Power and just listen. That's how fast it happens at Indy. Here's Elio's view.
Caution, caution. Go low, yellow, yellow. Stay low. Clear. Stay low.
Watch that bouncing tire. I've had that in my career, and you never know where it's going. Elio did a great job of going down the pit entrance and exit lane, the warm-up lane, as we call it. I thought that happened in turn 4. It actually happens in turns 1 and 2.
Let's go to Dr. Jerry Punch.
With A.J. Foyt, A.J., when your driver hit the crew member, that's what the problem was that produced the accident, is that right?
Yeah, that's what started. He slid in and, you know, hit my fuel man, knocked him over, and that's what broke the front wing. And, you know, we had a hell of a run going. He come from, what, 27th to 4th, so we had our game plan. Everything's working good, but, you know, to win this Indy 500, everything got to fall your way. And one little thing goes wrong like that, it's bad. And at least he's a competitive driver, and I'm happy about that.
Well, they were going to bring him back in and change the wing, but they never got a chance, guys.
Well, now we know why he got so squirrely going down into turn number 1. And unfortunately, both he and Will Power are now out of this race.
This is one of those races where everything has to go perfect to find yourself in that leading group those last 10 laps, Scott. You cannot have anything go wrong. It just tends to multiply itself quickly. And once you get up to speed and you have a wing that doesn't work, that's exactly what happened. He turned in, the car that wasn't there was not there anymore.
We have 4 cars officially out of the race, with Power and Conway joining Jean Alesi and Simona Di Silvestro. 2 cars behind the wall, Brian Clausen and Wade Cunningham. They are 35 and 38 laps down, respectively.
You know, Eddie, when you talk about there's 2 races in 1 here in Indianapolis, because as you mentioned, the first race is to get to maybe just 10 laps left to go, and then you've got to be ready for that shootout. Unfortunately, these guys are not. And for Will Power, who was coming into this race leading the points championship, it's not only not finishing the Indy 500, having a shot to win it, but also a points championship at stake.
Joseph Newgarden makes a pit stop under this caution. He is 1 lap down, shown in 21st position right now. The cleanup is going to continue, and this is what this crash looks like in ultra slow motion. Watch the safer barrier do its job. We're going to go side by side here at the Indianapolis 500.
Incredible pictures, but of course the most important thing about all of that is that drivers appear to be absolutely okay. And of course Mike Conway has been upside down here before, 2010. And you've got to say that Mike Conway, I don't know quite what the mistake was, and I'm going to come to Thomas Schechter here in the studio with us. He was in the pits. Is it the transition when you come into the pits after going so fast for so long onto that concrete apron that you get that kind of understeer? I mean, it's not obvious, but how do you see it?
Well, it's the concrete, and again, you're pushing. It's a race, so you want to make up as much time as possible. But the other thing is that these cars have got bigger tires on the right than they have on the left. They've got some stagger built in, so the car really wants to go right. It doesn't really want to turn. I mean, it really wants to go left. It doesn't want to go right. And they set the car up, so it's not like a road course where it can maneuver left and right very easy. But again, it's the Indy 500, and I think he was trying to make the most time possible in the pits and just try to take a little too much out of it.
Well, that obviously led to Mike Conway being a little bit out of sequence. We had a fairly large pit crew member that landed on his front wing, and then we ended up with the action where he hit the wall, and that was a complete disaster. A lot of debris as well out on the racetrack.
Yeah, I think he's very, very lucky to get away with that. I mean, just, you know, to have your head that close to a fence and miss it, I think, you know, he's a very lucky kid, so.
This shot as well is absolutely scary. British fans of motor racing will recall recently where a wheel is a major problem when it's loose like that. Tethering, Andy Brown, I've got to say, is slightly strange that didn't stay there. We can go back though now to the track and rejoin our commentators live.
Extreme Makeover Weight Loss Edition. It premieres next Sunday at 10 p.m. Eastern. All right, we're under our second caution as a two-car crash takes out Mike Conway and Will Power. And you can see the wing dragging.
The right front part of the wing is dragging on the ground. The aerodynamic balance of his car is totally upset. He tries to catch it. He can't. He blocks the only area where Will Power can go. He tries to brake. He gets under the car, lifts it into the fence, rides the fence, and you'll see Castor Nevis in a second, who makes it through the accident. They were both very lucky.
Yeah, he splits the middle to get through first, and then all of a sudden, look at this, and watch how close this is, folks.
I hit a right front tire. The guy was spinning, bouncing, and I hit with on the top of my right front tire.
I'm looking at the suspension, though. It doesn't look like there's any damage.
No, and good thing because it hit the tire and wheel assembly, so it actually absorbed it. But the most important thing that I think I learned from that, how calm he was. He's going through an accident and just everything happened in front of him. And in turn, the wheel's almost coming into the cockpit, calmly got on the radio and just said, hey, I need a front tire.
All right, so while we continue the cleanup, there is one more look at what could have been, wow. It was ugly, but luckily both Mike Conway and Will Power are A-OK.
This May on Sky Arts 1HD.
I actually feel quite emotional playing in here.
The South Bank Show is back on our screens with a brand new series.
This is not an out-of-date idea.
Join me, Melvin Bragg, as we celebrate the creators of the arts of today.
There's always talented people there, whether it's DJs or MCs.
Dance is a sport of gods.
When it looks like everything is going wrong, it couldn't be going more right.
The South Bank Show starts tonight at 10 on Sky Arts 1HD.
If you need me, call me, no matter where you are, no matter how far. Just call my name, I'll be there in a hurry. You don't have to worry, 'cause baby,
there's a force at work across the world, helping businesses of all sizes grow to achieve their potential. That's the speed of yellow. DHL Express. Excellence simply delivered.
Curry's PC World, see the big game
on a big TV.
Like this exclusive LG 42-inch backlit LED TV.
It's smart.
With Wi-Fi, so you can catch up on the action anytime.
Just $549.
£130 off.
How about something bigger?
You got it. This exclusive 1080p 60-inch Samsung Plasma.
Now $899.
Save £600.
Plus, with any TV, laptop or MacBook, $549 or over.
For every goal England score,
we'll give you £10 cash back.
Cash for goals.
Big time.
At Curry's PC World now.
We can help.
new Seat Ibiza from £199 per month with 0% APR representative finance available. The new Seat Ibiza, perfectly in tune.
Seat.
This is the new home of F1 in HD.
At Sky IndyCar is our Twitter address if you want to join us. Connor Daly said, ask Thomas how many cars he would have passed on that first restart. He's the master of the high line.
First of all, Connor, congratulations. He just had a race win, and I'm glad to see he's okay after that crash in Monaco. But to answer his question, probably about 5 more than anybody else passed. I don't know. I like the high line here at Indy, and I seem to make a lot of positions. So,
okay, let's go back to the track for the real thing.
The Mother's Race Rundown will get us caught up with what's happened so far. It has been very eventful right from the start. Briscoe and Hinchcliffe, they traded the lead in the early going of this Indianapolis 500. Then there was trouble in the pits. Franchitti was nicked in the back, and so Franchitti was slowed down, and he's made a huge jump since then and is now in 3rd place. Newgarden also had difficulty down in the pit, as did Elio, who was slowed down. Castroneves is now 10th overall. And of course, we are still under caution here with Marco Andretti in the lead. A grandfather, very happy, as is a father. But what's interesting about the father, he's not in direct communication with Marco here today. Then, of course, we also had a very unfortunate crash. But as Eddie Cheever said, with these new cars, it is remarkable that Mike Conway was able to walk away from this after he was riding up on the wall like that. And Will Power very lucky. And then Castroneves gets by with that tire bouncing in his direction. And as Scott Goodyear said, it was because that tire just touched the top of the tire and rolled on. And as he said, how calm was Elio Castroneves while that was going out on the track. And so, Marty, I think I'll tell you, we are so fortunate that we did not have a tragedy with that accident the way it seemed at first.
The safety did its job on this new DW12 as we are now working lap number 87 as you see the circuit on Elio Castroneves. Marco Andretti out in front of Scott Dixon and Dario Franchitti. That's right, Target, Chip Ganassi's in 2nd and 3rd. Jamie, what do you have?
Well, we keep talking about the heat down here. Marco Andretti on the radio just moments ago.
Man, my boot is just melted to the throttle.
Copy that. We'll have to remember that for Fontana and stuff. Get some air blowing through there.
Saying his boot is melting, and we are green again, guys.
And again, we get a really 3 wide, 4 wide start as everybody's going for position. There's Franchitti further back. Now remember, they do not move the lap cars until the final 20 laps. So a number of these cars in this pack are a lap or 2 down.
Once all of this cleans out, Andretti's going to have to deal with Dixon, Kanaan, and Franchitti.
That first car you see is the blue and white 77 of Simon Pagenaud. He is 1 lap down in 18th. He is the first car 1 lap down, 17 on the lead lap. The race leader is Marco Andretti, and here comes Takuma Sato as he's trying to get around Tony Kanaan. Now that is for position. On board with Kanaan.
Now you'd think that the car that's leading this group could easily pull over to one side and let everybody go by. That's the worst possible thing he can do. He has to keep his space, Scott, so everybody can calmly make their way around him. Because if you lift off on the throttle, you'll have an enormous traffic jam behind you.
And that is a function of these motors that we talked about earlier, Eddie, because 2.2 liter turbocharge, you really take your foot off the throttle a little bit, and the drivers are saying the response is not there. It takes a while to get back up to speed.
There's Hinchcliffe on the left of your screen, Ryan Hunter-Reay. And up front, that is Marco Andretti. Now, he is going around Simon Pagenaud. As we pointed out, Pagenaud is a lap down. Right behind in 2nd place, behind Pagenaud, there you see the red and white target machine of Scott Dixon. He should get around him here. Sato is shown in 3rd.
And here he comes.
Oh, and we have more problems. Anna Beatrice has spun it and made contact with the wall.
It's open. We're going to come in and take a look.
She is down in turn number 2. And our third caution is out.
This is her second race. Remember, she ran a race just over in Brazil. Looking forward to this because she's trying to catapult the event here at Indianapolis to gain some more sponsorship to get back into the series full time. A very talented driver. And maybe not too much damage for her to be able to get back into the race, Marty.
She finished 21st back in 2010, 21st again last year. She was the only car that did not get any practice time on Carburation Day on Friday. Let's go back and show you exactly what happened to Anna.
Now you look down on the bottom. Car is just coming around a little bit. Her line looked good, Eddie, so maybe the back end of the car is just a little bit loose, as we call it. Oversteer, that's when the back end wants to pass the front. It certainly looks like that's the case. Let's watch her line. She's starting to come through. As we mentioned, as she goes off towards the turn, something's just a little bit crazy. Let's ride along and just sort of watch.
Ed.
And the second car that was coming up on Anna there was the 20 of Ed Carpenter.
And when that happens in front of you, Eddie, boy, your heart rate starts going, doesn't it? And you don't think about it, it just reacts.
You have to be on automatic. You can't be thinking which part of the track are they going to go to. You just instinctively try to figure out where it's going to bounce and you try to avoid it. But those are two spins that we've seen that happen really early. That's why they're not getting into the wall. They happen early, they tend to get the spin out of the way, then they find themselves in the middle of the track where the bigger problem is the people that are arriving.
And it looks like we're going to have some takers on pit lane as Marco Andretti is coming down, the race leader. Several others finding, whoa, and you saw Ryan Hunter-Reay change his mind at the very last minute. As they make their pit stop from high above. Those seats were sold, folks. A lot of folks are getting under the shade and getting some fluids because it is hot. Let's go down to Rick DeBrule.
Takuma Sato comes in, no adjustments on the car. They made a slight wing adjustment last time. He gets out very cleanly and safely, likes the car.
All right, so there's Sato going back out. There is James Hinchcliffe in the number 27. Oh, and they've got a problem. The left rear.
Take your time.
Luckily for them, this is under caution.
Okay, go, clear.
Hinchcliffe comes back out.
Now for a crew member that couldn't get the service work performed, they feel really bad. The rest of the guys in the team will rally around them saying, hey, don't worry about it. Next stop, we'll do it right.
So we are working lap number 92.
And we have two opposite strategies now. Dixon stayed out with Franchitti.
And they are shown as first and second on the racetrack right now, with Ryan Hunter-Reay third. Now, the last time Franchitti and Dixon pitted was on lap 78. Ryan Hunter-Reay on lap 74. Let's go back and show you Ryan giving the fake to everybody. I'm going to change my mind. All right, so we are still trying to get Anna Beatrice back to pit lane. They finally got her under tow. Stay with us. We'll be back after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
Our third caution of the day on lap 90. Anna Beatrice has given everyone an opportunity to split up their strategy. Andy Brown with me here in the studio. You've been used to standing on pit wall when you're trying to work out strategy. Ryan Hunter-Reay obviously decided to dip back out of pit lane. What do you make of it?
That probably wasn't his call. It looked like that was a late shout from the pit wall to say stay out, but I think they've done a good thing there because Marco, his teammate, pitted, and so keep Hunter out. They've split their strategies. I noticed both Ganassi cars have stayed out, so they've got all their eggs in one basket. It might have been a good idea to split things up, but been very few green laps since the last pit stop for the Ganassi cars, whereas the Chevys seem to be struggling a bit more with consumption, so perhaps that's why they did pit the Andretti car.
Thomas, from a driver's perspective, when that strategy gets split, I mean, do you have any say in what's going on there? Do you have any input at all?
Well, it depends what team you're with and it depends what team owner you have, but you're always hoping that you're on the right side of that. So, you know, I've had it where ways I thought I shouldn't pit and they've pitted me and it's turned out good, and there's times where they've pitted you and it hasn't been the wrong call. But when you're in a big team, sometimes you've got to split it up.
Let's have a quick look at the @Sky IndyCar tweeters. Miku has come in and said, commentator said Conway got loose due to a front broken wing. That was when the big guy fell on it after he ran him over in pit road. Can't blame him for that, of course. How surely would that give understeer, not oversteer? Well,
it didn't give understeer because you saw the rear of the car break away, which is oversteer, and it obviously imbalanced the aerodynamics of the car to the point where Mike couldn't keep it on the circuit.
And then you get it from Johnny Kane. I mean, dealing with the changes these cars go through during the course of a day, there was something that was interesting, Thomas, you were talking with Johnny a little bit earlier on about with regard to the change in temperature as the air gets a little heavier, gets you more downforce, the car comes to you. Just explain that.
This track is amazing, and there's no other track like it where it will change virtually every single stop, and you really got to keep your eye on the wind direction and also temperature, which regulates your downforce.
No shine like mothers. And Progressive. Visit Progressive.com today.
Under our third caution here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and we may get an idea now about fuel strategy because Marco Andretti is now 11th after stopping here back on lap number 91. Up front is Scott Dixon, Dario Franchitti. They stopped last on 78. Let's listen in to Kyle Moyer, the strategist for the 26 of Marco Andretti.
Are you spotters kidding me? We just went in traffic trimmed.
Yeah, no, Marco, but this will get us one stop less. Those guys are making too much fuel. They already had 8 laps on us, and we were at half tanks already.
So let's explain that, guys.
Well, it tells you what Marco was seeing, that those guys are coming in for fuel, and as a driver, you sort of want to do what the leaders do, or if you're a leader, you hope that the guys behind you are doing exactly what you have up your sleeve.
Whoa, look at this. On pit out. And that's one of the things that Marco's upset about, because that was on a base trying to get back.
And lucky for him, he did not get hit from behind and have to come in and make a change with the rear wing or what have you. We saw
Ryan Briscoe's view.
Yeah. Remember, Anna Beatrice went backwards into the wall. I'm only assuming because they started her that she now has a gearbox problem and can't keep it in gear.
Let's quickly check in with Rick DeBrule.
Yeah, let's talk to Chip Ganassi. It seems we've entered the strategy phase. You chose to leave your guys out. Why?
Well, Rick, we only used 4 gallons of fuel. You know, it's just a splash all we used. So I don't know that, you know, those guys obviously aren't getting the mileage we are, but I don't know what that means at this point of the race.
All right, thanks a lot, Chip.
They have gotten 30 laps under green, both those cars, and he sounded like a Cheshire cat. Single file restart here at Indianapolis, and up front it is Scott Dixon. And here they come as they accelerate down the front straightaway.
Green.
Now there are lap traffic cars in that mix as well. There's Franchitti, about the 5th car back on the right side of your screen, down low in the red. Oh, we're going to go side by side. Hang on.
This is where everybody has to keep their line.
That was Sebastian Saavedra right alongside of Dario Franchitti.
And again, the blue and white car of Simon Pagenaud, number 77, takes the lead. He's trying to get his lap back, but a lot of action here back in the pack.
Boy, look at the way these cars are slicing across this racetrack.
The second car in line, the red, white, and green machine, was Michel. He just actually has done a great job. He's trying to do much the same sort of thing.
Did you notice Helio Castroneves was going the wrong direction? He's under attack there and getting past. That's Dario Franchitti getting around the 28, the yellow and white car of Ryan Hunter-Reay. So Franchitti now back up into second after Ryan Hunter-Reay snuck around on the outside a lap earlier.
The leaders really have to hold their patience on these restarts, Scott, don't they? Because you can get really caught up in these back markers that are not going as fast as you, but the differential in the speeds is not that great. You actually have to take them one at a time.
And then what happens to the car that's actually behind you when you're doing passing, Eddie? He's trying to make a move at the same time.
That's Dario Franchitti on the right side of your screen, still duking it out with Sebastian Saavedra. And we are on lap number 98. Again, the tribute to Dan Weldon from the fans. That is Susie Weldon on the right side of your screen. It has been a difficult but a proud week for her, as lap 98 is in the record books. And Dan would say right now, hey fellas, it's time to go back to racing. Let's do it. It is Scott Dixon still up front. There he is. He's actually the third car in line. The two cars in front of him are trying to stay up there, hoping to catch a yellow and maybe get back on the lead lap. Then the car right behind is Alex Tagliani in that 98. He also a lap down. And then it's Dixon's teammate, Dario Franchitti, who is actually in second place. There they are.
So what can happen once all of this traffic clears out is that the two Target Ganassi cars will start working together. They will be more efficient, Scott, at saving fuel, which, by the way, it looks like they're actually producing fuel when you compare it to the other cars they're racing against.
And all month long, we've heard that the Chevrolets were better in fuel mileage, but I will tell you that I have run for Honda before. Very resourceful. They're always working hard, always coming up with something new. We did that for qualifying, also for the race here. So I would assume that they've done their homework here, and the drivers are very confident at this point in time because they have something underneath them that they feel they can drive to the front.
Well, Eddie, all the information we got throughout the week leading up to pole day was that the Chevrolets were getting about 2 laps more than the Hondas. But right now, here comes Alex Tagliani again. Now, remember, he is trying to get a lap back, so Dixon's not going to mess with him this early in the race.
We're halfway.
And we are now halfway in this event. Let's get an update on Scott Dixon. Vince?
Everything running to perfection for the 9 team of Scott Dixon. The tires have looked good, the mechanical balance has been good, and the fuel mileage, just as you guys were discussing, has been excellent. 4.1 is the target they've been shooting for, and Dixon has been able to do it when he's been in traffic. For instance, he was running behind Marco Andretti, and then out front they've been real happy with where they're hitting on the fuel mileage number.
You're looking at two of the best guys that can make fuel when they have to.
I cannot emphasize enough how important it is for this team to have both cars running this closely. Because from the strategic point of view, the pits can now, Scott, make them, they can set up a plan and they can execute it perfectly because it looks like they're far enough ahead from cars that can bother them, and they can just keep on hitting their marks, making fuel. The more fuel you make, the better off you're going to be at the end of this game.
Behind him, it's Ryan Hunter-Reay, Graham Rahal, and yes, Justin Wilson has poked his way into the top 5. We're going to step aside. There is the top 5 with 99 laps to go at the Indianapolis 500. Look at that Cheshire Cat. He knows he's got something in the bank right now, and Dario Franchitti, well, could he be a 3-time winner? How about Dixon? Maybe a 2-timer.
You didn't say you were going to Harvey's. Come on.
10% offer ends Monday, 8 p.m.
A lot of people buy insurance through comparison sites without looking elsewhere.
Well, it's easier that way, though, isn't it?
But the problem is that some insurers like us aren't on them, and you don't want to find out later that you've missed out on a better deal.
No.
Like being married, isn't it? I don't want to commit to the wrong person and then
live to regret it, like I did.
I think we can safely say you did your fair share of exploring the market.
Oh.
Try before you buy, that was her motto.
Why don't I show you what I've got to offer?
Whoa! Inappropriate.
Oh, no, I didn't mean, just
I know.
We're not on comparison sites, so don't miss out on our offers. Come direct to Direct Line.
To celebrate the Queen's Diamond Jubilee, I've come up with a great recipe. It's my Strawberry Crumble Crunch.
Chef.
It uses essential Waitrose strawberries. These ones are grown in sunny Kent, and only the best are hand-selected. Half of them are diced and cooked with fruit sugar and lemon juice to make a rich compote. Add the rest of the strawberries and some rose water. Gently mix into some whipped cream and yoghurt and finish with sweet crumble, crushed meringue and a sprinkling of freeze-dried strawberries. Have a great Jubilee weekend, everyone.
Pick up Heston's recipe card in your local Waitrose, and right now, buy 1 pack of essential Waitrose strawberries and get 1 free.
This is the new home of F1 in HD.
Scott Dixon and Dario Franchitti, Target, Chip Ganassi, Honda out front. Everybody had money on Chevrolet. Chevrolet were the quickest car throughout the month of May as testing, practice and qualifying unrolled itself in Indianapolis. Andy Brown, again, I've got to come to you. The technicalities regarding all of this are complex. Twin-turbo Chevy versus single-turbo Honda, and a protest to boot from Chevrolet to Honda when they wanted to make modifications, but still Honda are on top.
Looking so at the moment, but I also think you need to give the team credit. It looked like there was still a horsepower advantage to Chevy in practice, and Ganassi's answer to that was to pound around. Scott did 577 laps, 100 laps more than Will Power, who was the first of the non-Ganassi cars in terms of laps completed. The team looking for a mechanical advantage to help them on race day, and I think we're seeing the benefits of that now.
Indeed we are. Dixon and Franchitti out front. And Franchitti, of course, running the 50 car here in celebration of Target as sponsors and as being around the lifetime of Target. I think it's been 50 years of Target as far as the sponsorship is concerned. Let's go back to the track, though, and try and pick up with our commentators now while the Target Chip Ganassi cars are out front.
I'll tell you, it's the humidity that's really getting to these crews, and we've seen some mistakes on pit road already. Just to give you an idea, who is the hottest on pit road? The gas men. They're required to wear a 3-layer fire suit, a long-sleeve Nomex, and a full-face helmet. So the heat's starting to get to some of these crews down here. It's the humidity. You heard Marco Andretti say his boot is actually melting to his gas pedal, and the temperature's only going up. Marty?
What's the cockpit temperature like, guys?
110, 120?
And I think the heat that we're having now with the ambient, I think it's probably even hotter than that inside. And if he's melting his boot onto the metal gas pedal, that is something he's feeling all the way through his body. As Jamie mentioned, it's only getting worse. And you know what it's like, Eddie. The sweat just comes. You're now soaked all the way through your 3-layer suit, and the sweat's coming down into your eyes. Sometimes it's difficult to see, but you cannot make a mistake.
The fact that you're still sweating is a positive. The problem is when you stop sweating because you're running out of water, and you've gone through that 2-liter bottle you have that's supposed to help you hydrate, and when that's gone and you stop sweating and your mouth gets dry, that's when you start making big mistakes because physiologically you're just falling behind.
Ryan Briscoe, is he slowing? Does not look as fast right now. Let's check in. He looks like he's working the tools a little.
It went between gears, and I had to go to emergency shift to get out of gear, to get easy gear.
Gear issue.
Pick it up then. Keep going. Good job. Pick it up.
So he had a gear issue. He had to go to an emergency setting to get the gearbox to function again. So it almost sounds like a computer issue more than a gearbox issue.
And all running electronics, he would simply change a switch on his steering wheel to do that, and he went down from about 217 to down to 212 miles an hour that previous lap. Seems like everything is back running properly for him now.
That was absolutely brilliant cold thinking on his side, though, because he figured out exactly what to do and switched to emergency without wasting too much time.
Look at the difference between his fastest lap and the last lap. 7 miles an hour. So right now, Ryan Briscoe continues as one of 2 remaining bullets for Team Penske. As he continues to motor around this 2.5-mile layout, he is shown in 17th position, a full 17.7 seconds behind. His history here, his best finish was 5th, and he was driving for Penske, but it was Jay Penske that year. The 3 of the last 4 times he has had crashes taken out of the race, including last year when he got collected through no fault of his own. All right, let's go back and show you the race lead, because again, we still have several cars in front of Scott Dixon and Dario Franchitti, and there they are, the 2 red cars.
Now, Scott, maybe somebody looking at the TV right now would wonder, why don't the 2 Target cars pass those cars that are ahead of them? What they're actually doing, this is like a bicycle race. They're using the cars ahead of them to save fuel. Every lap they can run at speed and have somebody else opening up the air for them. That's more fuel they manage to save that they will have in the bank for that last rush to the end.
And those cars that are in front of them, Eddie, are very happy because if a yellow comes out, they will get their lap back. because they are still the distance of the racetrack behind the lead group.
That's called a win-win, isn't it?
It is.
Ryan Hunter-Reay has peeled off, and he's heading towards you, Jamie Little.
And remember, he was one of the cars that stayed out. Michael Andretti on the radio calling his driver down pit road. Earlier on, he had a big vibration, and he said he kept hitting the rev limiter on the restarts. Car seems to be getting better. 4 tires here. They'll put Sunoco fuel in it, and actually, no changes. Ryan Hunter-Reay, 9.1.
So Ryan comes back out into the fray. Meanwhile, Scott Dixon continues to come around, and Dario Franchitti right behind.
You know, the one thing that's probably not been changed beside the drivers on this race car, because the car is new, the engines are new, are the Firestone Firehawk tires. And amazing that these tires have done such a great job under these conditions with these new cars. No problems so far, and it's giving the drivers a lot of confidence.
Guys, with Ryan Hunter-Reay peeling off, the top 6 positions are all Hondas. In qualifying, it was 9 out of 10 that were Chevrolet. Let's listen to Chip Ganassi's strategy with his team.
How are we comparing on MPG? We're the same as Dario, maybe slightly better, but certainly on pace here. Hey, Dixon's +2 on the mixture switch, getting better mileage.
All right, +2 on the mixture switch.
So what they have is a little switch for their fuel reading that tells them how much fuel they want to put in the engine. And obviously they have found the sweet point.
4-car J.R. Hildebrand, he is in. Rick.
J.R. Hildebrand having a very calm race. They had an issue in the first pit stop. They have a problem right now. Had a hard time getting the fuel nozzle out. But that very first pit stop put them behind. Dario Franchitti's car had spun in front of them. They had a very long pit stop. They've been working hard to overcome that ever since.
And he was shown in 16th spot as he came in. Right now, Chip Ganassi has got to be really feeling good. Not only does he have his 2 guys running first and second, but he has Charlie Kimball into 5th, and now Graham Rahal is going to peel off and head down pit road. But all of them were in the top 6 until this pit stop by Rahal. Here he comes. Vince?
Nice and easy.
4 tires and fuel for Graham Rahal. The Sunoco fuel, no other changes. They've encouraged him to use his weight jacker, but nothing significant enough to make a chassis change. It's a smooth stop for the 38. Doc?
Elio Castroneves said the car will not turn in traffic. Serious push, serious understeer. He said, it's bad by myself. It's even worse in traffic. I cannot get the car to turn. He's away.
And I guess the question is, did maybe striking that tire change something up there that's causing the car to push?
That's a possibility, but those Penske's never have really been as fast as the Ganassi cars during the race, have they? God, I mean, it looks like, you know what this is like? This is like exactly what we saw on Carb Day. Ganassi teams seem to have the right setup, the right fuel, and the right pace.
And in qualifying, you mentioned it was all Chevrolet and Penske, but now I would hasten to say that I don't want to count these guys for both winning. I mean, we have not seen much from Andretti's here in the last 10 laps or so, 15 laps or so. Remember, they're on a bit of a different strategy. We'll have to see if it's going to play out. Marco's now marched forward and is now back up to 6th spot. And you heard some of the lingo on those pit stops with the weight jacker. Now drivers have the opportunity inside the car to make some adjustments. One of them is what we call a weight jacker, a toggle switch on the steering wheel. They can move weight from the right front to the left front tire to help the car handle better.
But Marco had to go on the different strategy because the Honda teams were having such a better fuel efficiency than they were. It was forced. They were forced to make that decision.
It looked like Dario Franchitti was taking a peek towards maybe coming down pit lane, but no, not yet. Yes, he has. Franchitti has peeled off. He is coming down pit lane, so he is getting a little less fuel mileage than teammate Scott Dixon. So Franchitti's heading to you, Rick.
3, 2, 1.
Dario Franchitti has the car in. They're happy with it. They're not planning on any adjustments. Important to point out, there is no one in the pit stall ahead of him. Very open. As a result, he's got a straight shot out. Hard to believe after that spin on pit road earlier in this race that they've not only recovered, but recovered to the point that they are a true contender.
That last lap that Dixon took is a very difficult lap because he wants to make sure he doesn't run out of fuel before he gets in, because he was in the same strategy that Franchitti was on.
And he gets one more lap as he heads your way, Vince Welch.
Scott Dixon led 73 laps a year ago and finished 5th. He's led 34 laps today, and he has looked real still strong. They have not made a single change on any of his pit stops yet today. Looking for another perfect stop from this 9 team. Again, no chassis adjustments, Sunoco fuel, 4 Firestones. Rick.
Justin Wilson was having a great race, and coming into the pits, it locked up on him, and he just eased up against the wall. Doesn't look like he actually hit the wall. They're not doing any repairs to the car as such, but they're putting the fuel in, getting him back out, but very frustrating. You can see Justin pounding on the wheel because what was a great race now has a mistake in it.
So a tough break for Justin Wilson as he comes back out onto the racetrack. Here's what Rick was talking about.
You can see he goes very close to the wall and actually gets the gun pinched against the wall with the hose. You'll see that the left front tire changer definitely had some difficulty getting that wheel on.
And he ran over a hose.
Oh. Got tire bits all over the racetrack there. Don't know whose tire that came off of. That is a pretty sizable chunk of rubber. That's Takuma Sato, as Sato is now your race leader. That's right. 7th different leader, our 18th lead change.
Is that the first time a Japanese driver has led an Indy 500?
We're going to have to check the record book, but I think you're absolutely right, Eddie.
No pit. Do not pit.
That was Sato's radio. They don't want him to pit yet. Now remember, Sato's last stop was on lap number 91. So right now, Takuma Sato is leading Marco Andretti by 5 seconds here at the Indianapolis 500. Our telecast presented by GoDaddy.com.
Playhouse presents Emma Thompson, Eddie Marzen, and Russell Tovey. The infamous meeting that wasn't in the Queen's diary.
Put it back. I wanted someone to talk to. And I thought, I bet she'd listen.
Listening's part of my job.
Playhouse presents Walking the Dogs, Thursday at 9 on Sky Arts 1 HD.
Kiss me once, kiss me twice, kiss me once again. It's been a long time.
What do you think?
You've been busy. Haven't felt like this, my dear, since can't remember when. It's been a long, long time.
Curry's PC World, see the big game
On a big TV.
like this exclusive LG 42-inch backlit LED TV.
It's smart.
With Wi-Fi, so you can catch up on the action anytime.
Just $549.
£130 off.
How about something bigger?
You got it. This exclusive 1080p 60-inch Samsung Plasma.
Now $899.
Save £600.
Plus, with any TV, laptop or MacBook, $549 or over.
For every goal England score,
We'll give you £10 cash back.
cash for goals.
Big time.
At Curry's PC World now.
We can help.
I'm More Than Freeman. The fresh scent of up to 50% off our car insurance is wafting my way from the good folks at More Than. Call More Than today and careful drivers could save up to 50% off our car insurance. Thank you for listening. Call 0800-300-883 now or visit morethan.com.
This is the new home of F1 in HD.
Kanan is in. Vince.
No changes in the 11. He had to come earlier today because they thought they had a tire going down, but that wasn't the issue. He still battled his way back, and he's running toward the top 5.
James Hinchcliffe makes his stop as well. He comes back out onto the racetrack. And here comes Barrichello after leading a lap at Indianapolis. The 40-year-old who had his birthday just last Wednesday brings his car down pit lane. So far, he has done a very good job. And guys, he got 33 laps on his last tank of fuel.
I find that shocking.
There's the 28 team going to work at the rear of the car trying to diagnose the problem. But for Ryan Hunter-Reay, it does not look good. Jamie?
And he just pulled it into the pit box. Everybody was keeping their fingers crossed. It was something they can fix, but he just turned the car off. Talking to Michael Andretti right now. We will get a word with Michael momentarily, Marty.
All right, thank you, Jamie. And there is Michael with a concerned look on his face. Let's go back on board.
I don't see anything here.
Oh, there it tells you. Remember, he said he was going along and then something happened in the back. He was talking to his crew member.
That would have happened, what, another second later, and turning, he was still going straight, just ready to turn into the corner.
P1, that's Dario and Dixon behind you for position.
Yeah, he just did my job for me, thank you very much, because Takuma Sato, after his pit stop, has the race lead, but right in his mirrors is Dario Franchitti, and not much farther back is the number 9, and that's Scott Dixon. All right, now this is where we're talking about the pressure. Sato knows he's got a 2-time Indianapolis 500 champion behind him. He's always had this propensity to sort of push when he shouldn't, and it gets him in trouble.
But he has 74 laps to go. There's a long way to go.
It is a long way to go, but I think what Marty's point is you cannot forget that, and I'm sure he's being reminded by Bobby Rahal, his team owner, on the radio. Settle into a pace. Do not push. Remember, we saw earlier in the race him have a little bit of an off run and get a little bit high, and you can see now Dario riding along with Dario Franchitti in his tired-up machine, looking forward to Takuma Sato. A little bit different of line here. Franchitti getting his wheel down below the white line, now running directly behind. Probably just happy to sit here, as you mentioned many times, Eddie, just to sit back and save fuel.
A very important person right now in this duel we have is Sato's spotter. He has to make sure he tells him where Franchitti is at the track the whole time when he's going around. You don't want to get a surprise pass at the last moment.
Dario has not led a lap today, but he's closing in on possibly taking and changing that stat. Getting back to your question about Japanese drivers leading, Toru Takagi led 2 laps, it's easy for me to say, back in 2003. Ryan Hunter-Reay is out of the race car, and Jamie is caught up with Michael Andretti.
And Ryan Hunter-Reay's car getting pushed back to the garage. Michael, what was the problem there?
Looks like something in the rear upright, rear upright.
Hey, Ryan, early on you were complaining about a vibration, but was there any indication what happened there?
Yeah, I felt a different vibration coming in that time, and it felt like an engine vibration. It ended up being the CV joint in the back, with the drivetrain, so nothing you can do about that. The car was good. We were just waiting to trim out there a bit at the end and go for it, trying to save fuel. That's so disappointing.
Started on the front row today, Marty, and you can bet they're going to relay that information to his teammates who are on the track.
Last year he did not qualify for the race. As you mentioned, started on the front row. The last time that happened, the guy to my right, Scott Goodyear, back in 1994 and 95. We've got to step aside for a moment as the race continues here at Indianapolis. There's your top 5. This is a word coming your way from your ABC station.
Well, the top 5 look pretty close, but how many of them are saving fuel? That's the question we've got to put to Thomas Schechter first. Looks like Dario's nicely tucked in behind Takuma Sato, and despite the commentators trying to talk it up, you've got to be sure the Scotsman's being tight with the fuel.
Yeah, it's very tricky, and Dario's got a lot of experience here, and so is Scott, and Chip, and the rest of the Ganassi guys are clever guys. They don't need a showboat about leading laps. They want to win the race, and they know conserving fuel right now is what's going to help them win the race.
A lot of people asking on at Sky IndyCar Twitter, Andy, about the differential between the Chevrolet and the Honda engines. I mean, the Ilmor engine and the HPD Honda engine. We won't go into Lotus because unfortunately that's been a disaster for them here, and both their guys are out. But Andy, the difference between these two engines, these two power plants, how would you put it down to translating onto the track? We thought Chevrolet were going to be the ones to beat, but it's Honda that are out there.
Yeah, I think like we touched on at the beginning of the show, all the cars have got fresh engines fitted for the race. And this is the first time that the Honda teams have actually fitted fresh engines. They're only allowed 5 fresh units for the whole season. And yeah, Honda will have been working away on the engine spec in the background. Even though the rules are quite tight, there are some areas they can work on. Chevrolet, of course, changed all their engines at Long Beach, took the 10-place penalty, but they were probably a generation ahead of the Hondas. So I think we're just seeing the Hondas catch up with development with the engines that went in for the race here.
Is this, I mean, like this development, this incremental development, is that going to continue throughout the season in IndyCar? Is that, I mean, there's not a lot of money about, we have to say, and that costs money to make those kind of developments.
Well, I think that's why the series was very keen to get the manufacturers back into it, because the teams can't afford to spend that amount of money. So to introduce competition, you had to introduce it at the manufacturer level. And again, I think that's what we're seeing.
We'll speak to Johnny Kane in just a moment. He sits here with us, but listening rather than talking for this particular break. The 96th running then of the Indy 500 at Indianapolis continues, and we go back after 132 laps have been completed.
ESPN's coverage of the Indianapolis 500 on ABC, presented by GoDaddy.com. Brought to you by Firestone, the first name in Indy racing, and Dove Men Plus Care, for skincare built in.
Ah, what a beautiful view of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This is sacred ground for motorsports racing, and our Helicam coverage of today's race brought to you by GoDaddy.com. All right, let's talk a little bit of strategy now. On the top 5, let's go up to speed. Let's check in first with Rick DeBrule.
Well, I can tell you right now, the country of Japan celebrating when Bobby Rahal came on the radio and told Takuma Sato, congratulations, you're leading the Indy 500. Well, that's the good news. The down problem right now is that he is out front. They've had to go to a fuel mixture that's burning a little more fuel to stay out front. Now, behind him, the reason they have to do that is Dario Franchitti, burning a little bit less fuel as a result. But they're so far very happy with everything, and you've heard from Chip Ganassi. He's ecstatic about the way things are going, and he thinks he's on the right strategy. Jamie?
Well, Marco Andretti just behind him in the 26th started this race fourth. He's led 59 laps today. The car has been pretty good, but as you can imagine, he is frustrated by this fuel situation with the Ganassi cars. They keep telling Marco, keep saving, you're doing great, keep it up. Vince?
It's been a great day for Scott Dixon. He started 15th, the deepest he's ever started here at Indianapolis. He's led 34 laps and currently running in the top 5. Their fuel mileage has been outstanding. He can go to lap 151. Graham Rahal is right behind him in the next spot, and Rahal running 5th. In fact, there are 4 Ganassi cars in the top 7 for Rahal running smoothly. They've got 2 more stops to go, but right now, real happy with their race car, Marty.
And quickly rounding out the top 10, it's J.R. Hildebrand, Charlie Kimball, Townsend Bell has poked his way into the top 10, Elio Castroneves, and Justin Wilson. Let's take a look at our Firestone lap leaders, as it has been a bundle today, a total of 8 different leaders. We've had 20 lead changes. If you're asking about the records, well, the most lead changes, 29 back in 1960, the most leaders, 12 back in 1993. Marco Andretti's led the most, but he's playing catch-up right now to that man, Takuma Sato, with 64 to go at Indy.
Top tour events from both sides of the Atlantic this weekend. The Wales Open from Celtic Manor and the Memorial Tournament from Ohio. Starts Thursday, Sky Sports 1. Coverage sponsored by Barclays Premier Banking.
Can we borrow your van for the day, Ruben?
Be careful with it, eh? Don't wreck it or anything.
I'm not going to wreck it, am I? What do you think I am, Mr. Bean?
Starlings, tonight at 8, part of Sky One Sundays.
If you need me, call me. No matter where you are, no matter how far. Just call my name, I'll be there in a hurry. You don't have to worry, 'cause baby,
there's a force at work across the world, helping businesses of all sizes grow to achieve their potential. That's the speed of yellow. DHL Express. Excellence simply delivered.
The new Seat Ibiza from £199 per month with 0% APR representative finance available. The new Seat Ibiza, perfectly in tune.
Seat. There must be smarter ways of doing things. Take our Lloyd's TSB current account. It's full of useful things like Vantage, so you can earn up to 3% interest on your current account, making the most of your money. Just one of the ways our current accounts are smarter. Lloyd's TSB. For the journey.
This is the new home of F1 in HD.
You're back for the 96th running of the Indianapolis 500 from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Takuma Sato leads at the moment from Dario Franchitti, Marco Andretti, Scott Dixon, JR Hildebrand, Graham Rahal, Charlie Kimball and Justin Wilson, who's had plenty of problems as well during the course of the day. That's the man who leads at the moment, Japan's finest, Takuma Sato.
You're looking at the race leader at the Indianapolis 500. 140 laps completed, 60 to go. That is Takuma Sato from Japan. No man from Japan has ever won this race. A couple of our armed forces in attendance today, and the 500 is being broadcast live to 175 countries and territories around the world, seen by over 800,000 U.S. servicemen and women and their families, live through the American Forces Network. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for your service and are remembering all of you on Memorial Day weekend. You saw the cycle there on Takuma Sato. Now, in second place is Dario Franchitti, 1.4 seconds back. Marco Andretti has moved into the third spot, but he is another 3 seconds back. But Scott Dixon is close behind him in fourth. Let's get an update on Marco, Jamie Little.
Well, we've been talking about crew members. One of his crew members, the tire guy who doesn't even go over the wall, Rick Stevenson, was carted off. Meanwhile, Marco on the radio, very frustrated. He's having issues inside his race car.
And we are killing this right rear.
Okay, you're doing fine though. Just hang in there. We're about halfway through this stint. You got plenty of tools if you need to protect it a little.
There's so much vibration.
Copy that.
Now you heard the key word there, vibration. Remember, we just talked to Ryan Hunter-Reay, his teammate who was out of the race, who said he too had a different kind of vibration. They're keeping an eye on the 26.
Well, and that's the worrisome thing, because once something happens within a team, you wonder if you might be next, because the way that the team builds the parts to put on the car, Eddie, you know, it could be just that the tires picked up some rubber, and in turn, it's actually going to go away once you put a fresh set of Firestone Firehawks on it, or he is developing the same problem that Ryan Hunter-Reay had with the drive shaft, with the CV joint, the constant velocity joint, and it's now just starting to deteriorate.
And it's not just a question of the teams.
Do you think you're on cord on the right rear? Is it cord?
Oh my God, yes!
That's not a happy camper.
On the left side, it's Graham Rahal as he's making a pit stop here, working lap number 144. Vince.
Oh, he doesn't like it at all. They're really having some right rear issues today. They're going to put a half-turn front wing in it. He said it's almost undrivable. They've repeated it throughout the course of the day. Just issues with that right rear.
So it's not just one group of cars. It seems like we're seeing it recurring. And we can tell you that Marco Andretti has peeled off, and he is coming down pit lane. Jamie, you're there, and keep an eye on that right rear.
Well, it's hard to gauge just how bad things are. Marco is always very passionate and very spirited on the radio, so he is very relieved to pit right now. Get rid of these tires. The team will be taking a look. I'm looking at the right rear. I don't see any hoarding or anything too bad, so they will look at that and they'll know if it's the tire or if it was something internal.
No, Eddie, I didn't see anything wrong with that tire. It certainly wasn't down to the cords, because Firestone builds a great tire here. He'll get the answer here very quickly.
We still should be one more stop.
We can also tell you J.R. Hildebrand, Townsend Bell have made pit stops, and that's Sebastian Saavedra as he is slow on the warm-up lane, and wow, that could have been a little dicey as Marco comes around.
It's the second time Marco's had a problem on the warm-up lane.
Yellow's out. And the yellow has come out because Sebastian Saavedra is definitely in a bad spot, and this is where your spotter better help you. All right, get ready, because it's going to be a frenzy on pit lane, because we have 55 laps to go. They're the crews. Boy, they have got to be steaming in those fire suits. Stay with us. We're coming back. Our presentation presented by GoDaddy.com.
Sebastian Saavedra then finds himself parked at the side of the track and brings out our fourth caution of the day on lap 146. There he is. Not going to be a happy man, that is for certain. Right, let's talk about Marco Andretti. He does seem to be having a few dilemmas in that cab, doesn't he, at the moment? First he had his, I think his footwear glued due to the heat to the accelerator. Thomas, I mean, you had that before?
I've had that in Fontana, where it melted the bottom of my shoe, but you know, I suppose that's what makes the race so interesting. You looked at Dario in the beginning of the race and you thought, oh, he's had a shunt in the pits and that was it. And you know, now he's looking like he's in a great position, and and Marco's struggling. I think this is a trick with this track is that it changes so much, and it's hard to keep up with it.
He's quite feisty, isn't he, Marco, in the car? I tell you, if you're a crew chief, he'd be quite interesting to hold conversations with throughout these 200 laps.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of drivers get that, and I think Andy's been on that side of my shouting on the radio as well. We've worked together a couple of years in America, but you know, it's oval racing. You're traveling at 220, 230 miles an hour. It's the biggest race, one of the biggest races in the world. Sometimes things get heated in the cockpit.
Johnny, I mean, we've got to talk about some of the strategy that's going around here at the moment, and certainly some of these teams seem to have got it worked out pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm amazed by the fuel mileage that Ganassis have been able to get, both Dario and Scott, as we see them pull into the pits now, which...
on carb day, those were the quickest cars, weren't they? They'd really got that sorted out.
Yeah, I mean, like Andy said, they did a lot of mileage in the week running up to it, and they obviously had a really good race car, and that showed on carb day in the final practice.
Let's have a look and see how the Ganassi boys compare then. Dario Franchitti in the middle of your picture, Scott Dixon at the bottom of it, 5.4 for Takuma Sato. He's first out of there. Big problem for Dario. Well, if that was a 5.4 stop for Takuma Sato, did they put any fuel in him? Yeah. Because he was quick out of there. Yeah. Fantastic stop then for Takuma Sato, your race leader. Let's go back to the track, and no, we won't go back to the track. Our colleagues have taken one break, now they've taken another one on top of it. So you've got the pleasure of us here for a little bit longer then. Quite a good crowd, I've got to say, at Indianapolis again this year. I mean, I know the economy's in big trouble in well, most of the world at the moment, Andy, but not a bad turnout.
No, it's incredible, the crowd. It is the single largest one-day sporting event in the world. Originally it would hold 40,000 people. I think now it's closer to 350,000, but that's still an incredible number of people in one facility.
Scott Dixon is your leader then, as the running order comes back through the top of your screen. The number 9 car of Dixon, followed by Charlie Kimball at the moment. They've all gone a bit off sync, while some have come down pit road and some haven't. Hinchtown, I mean, there is a strange day that he's had, Johnny Kane. If you'd like to try and pick up on that one. I mean, he really has had an odd day, considering he started off the front row.
Well, the Andretti cars were already up at the front. Ryan Hunter Ray and Marco and Hinchcliffe all up at the front at the start of the race, and one by one they slowly dropped back through the field, and Ganassi came to the fore. But you know, still got 50 laps, just over 50 laps to go yet, so it's not over yet.
It's all going to happen from about now on in, I suspect. Rubens Barrichello, when he came to IndyCar, Thomas, you must have thought, big name like him, I wonder how he's going to do. He's actually led a couple of laps of Indy. That's not bad, considering he's never been on an oval before. Yeah,
that's strategy a little bit, but I'm sure that's something that he'll remember for a while. But
what about IndyCar as a group of people? Did they open with open arms, you think, with Rubens?
I'm not sure. I was working at Laverstoke, so
working with your dad.
Yeah, working with my dad in Laverstoke. So this year I haven't been around it much, but I'm sure there's a lot of friendly people in IndyCar racing. I think the community is a lot closer, like Johnny said, than it is in Europe. I think obviously a lot because the danger, but right now in the race, these last 50 laps, I think this is where the drivers' heart rates start going up. This is where you start feeling the pressure and really trying to push yourself into the right position. So these last 50 laps are usually the best.
Shame you have to be sitting here. Pleasure for us to have you, of course, here at Sky Sports, but I'm sure I know where you'd rather be at this particular point in time. Andy, I don't know whether you'd rather be out there standing on the top of a pit wall controlling a driver at this particular point, because this is where it really gets hectic.
Yeah, I think I'm quite happy sitting here. You're always second guessing yourself, wondering, should I have pitted under this yellow or should I have stayed out? And yeah, it's quite stressful this time of the race.
We're glad to have you here for the first time as well. Johnny Kane, you're not going to get to speak again because we're going to go back and pick up with our commentators as we prepare for the green flag after 148 laps of the scheduled 200.
ESPN's coverage of the Indianapolis 500 on ABC, presented by GoDaddy.com, domains, websites, and everything in between. And Prudential, see what the first day of retirement feels like at day1stories.com. Prudential, bring your challenges.
We are under our fourth caution here at the Indianapolis 500. We are almost to the three-quarter mark. We've knocked down 149 of 200 laps. The top three, Takuma Sato in that blue and white, number 15. Right behind him, two-time winner, Dario Franchitti. And right behind Dario, the number 9. And a winner here at Indianapolis back in 2008, that is Scott Dixon. Now, Roger Penske's got to be a little bit concerned because we thought that his team was going to be a major factor today. Right now, Ryan Briscoe is 7th, Elio Castroneves is 9th, and about the last 70 laps, they have not been sniffing at the front. Marco Andretti topped off on fuel. We heard them talking about the fact they were not getting as good a fuel economy as the Honda of Ganassi. Now let's go check in on Will Power. Doc, he went out early here.
Yeah, you mentioned, Marty, a very tough day for the captain, Roger Penske, and his lead driver in terms of the guy leading the point standings coming into this race, Will Power, involved in a grinding crash with Mike Conway. Will Power was checked out at the infield care center, told that he was physically okay, and the team tells me that Power was hot. He was very, very angry that Conway was back on the racetrack with a broken wing, but the drivers are okay. Roger now focused on 2 cars, the 2 and the 3. Marty?
Power had a problem last year in the pits, ended up 14th. This year he is shown right now in 28th position. Stay with us. We'll go back to Green Flag Racing here at Indianapolis.
There's a new way to rent movies instantly. It's called the Sky Store, and it's open to Sky TV customers with Anytime Plus. Rent over 1,000 movies instantly with Sky Store.
Join me, Mariella Frostrup, as the book show goes on its annual road trip to the Telegraph Hay Festival. It's a must-see for every book lover. The book show at the Hay Festival starts Saturday at 7, Sky Arts 1 HD.
Sorry, Mum.
Mum, Dad, I'm moving out. I'll come back on Sunday.
Bye.
A lot of people buy insurance through comparison sites without looking elsewhere.
Well, it's easier that way though, isn't it?
But the problem is that some insurers like us aren't on them, and you don't want to find out later that you missed out on a better deal.
No.
Like being married, isn't it? I don't want to commit to the wrong person and then
live to regret it, like I did.
I think we can safely say you did your fair share of exploring the market.
Oh.
Try before you buy, that was her motto.
Why don't I show you what I've got to offer?
Whoa! Inappropriate.
Oh, no, I didn't mean, just meant
I know.
We're not on comparison sites, so don't miss out on our offers. Come direct to Direct Line.
This is the new home of F1 in HD.
I think total. I don't want to take front wing now. We got to add rear. And bias it a little rearward.
And I think what he's calling, Eddie, is because they topped off with fuel, he's now back further in the queue. He needs more grip, more downforce to get past the cars in front, because when you run behind the cars that are in front of you, it's just really difficult to be able to pass the cars. See the frustration right now for Marco, beating on the steering wheel. He knows that this is going to be a hard run for him as we're coming out to the start.
And remember, lap vehicles don't go to the rear until the final 20 laps. So even though he's in 16th, he's got a long way to go to get to the front. Here comes Takuma Sato, leading him down on the restart. Behind him, it's a log jam. Whoa! 4 cars at one point that almost got into each other.
Scott, at this point, I think all that fuel strategy stuff after this last yellow goes out the window because everybody's got to stop one more time.
I think you're right.
So now it's just full power and pedal to the floor.
Your only decision may be whether you take tires or gamble and just do fuel only. Here we go, change for the race lead. And it is Dario Franchitti moving in front.
That didn't take long.
Didn't take long. Remember when he was in 28th position? He had to fight his way back. It's the first time he's led today. And the 2-time champion wants number 3.
And here comes Dixon. And he's not going to wait around either.
Goes underneath, heading into turn number 1. And target Chip Ganassi is now 1-2 on the racetrack. Behind Sato, it is Hinchcliffe, and Justin Wilson is back in that 5th position. Wilson giving that car one heck of a ride.
And I think Hinch is on the move also because he had a great restart. Can he make the slipstream work here right now?
Not on this
Justin
one.
Wilson's coming up from behind also in the Sunny Barbecue machine in that red and white car, which is right behind Hinchcliffe, who's driving the GoDaddy green car.
Wilson's best finish was 2 years ago. He came home in 7th, 15th, or should say 16th in last year's race. This could be his best run ever in the 500. On board with James Hinchcliffe.
Remember, we talked about getting off the throttle, see how the momentum slows down. It's the timing now. He has to time it. He won't have a run here going down the backstretch, going into 3. Hopefully, he might be able to time it well enough to be able to do it down the front stretch. He's probably going to get passed here, and he will, by Justin Wilson because he eased off the throttle, and timing is a huge issue here, Eddie.
And what you really want to be careful when you're the car that's being passed, don't allow them to put you in the gray going in because there is no grip up there. And we've seen that lap, race after race. Towards the end of the race, somebody will make a mistake, get half a foot up, and you're into the wall.
On board with Tony Kanaan. He's going over underneath Hinchcliffe. So move Kanaan into 5th, and Hinchcliffe going in the wrong direction.
And Kanaan is not somebody I'd want to have behind me on those last 40 laps because he's coming.
Another guy that's had a great race today, Charlie Kimball, back in 8th position. Let's go on board for the restart with the number 83.
Inside, inside, outside, inside, outside. Inside.
That was the move we saw from the aerial shot, and we didn't realize it was Tony Kanaan that made a really slick move there.
I always say Tony is, pardon me, excuse me, coming through. That's the way he does every restart.
But to put that in perspective, they're going 180 miles an hour. That's not something, that's difficult at 60 miles an hour.
It's settled down at least for the moment. There's the best battle we've got going as here comes Hinchcliffe back underneath Tony Kanaan. So Kanaan sort of looked like he signaled.
He did. He said, go ahead. You're much better off working with somebody than trying to block them, because if you block them at this point, you could lose that draft of the cars that are ahead of you. You have to leapfrog one with the other.
The top 4 are Hondas. Then it's Hinchcliffe in 5th with a Chevrolet and 2 others behind him. Jamie, what are you hearing about Hinchcliffe?
Well, James Hinchcliffe all day long struggling on the restarts, saying he's hitting the rev limiter, so it takes him a couple laps to get back in and get settled. That's what happened here. He's saying the balance of the car is good. Last round of stops, no changes. He did tell me before the race the importance of this last 50 laps. It's all out right now. Marty?
And as the guys pointed out, don't have to worry about saving fuel. Everybody's got to make one stop. So this is really put the pedal to the metal. 42 laps to go. Dario Franchitti right in front of Scott Dixon. Right now, I'm sure they're willing to just work together to get to the last stretch when they get that last pit stop. Now, Dario looking for his 3rd. What would it mean to him?
I remember that feeling of wanting so badly to win that first one, and then the second one was you want that second, and now I really want the 3rd. So.
And he may just get it today. How about Takuma Sato, still driving a great race. He is shown in 3rd position. And don't forget his team owner, Bobby Rahal, David Letterman. Well, they won the race in 2004 with Buddy Rice at the wheel. Here we go, pass for the lead. I thought that Dixon might just stay there for a while, but now they're switching spots.
I thought Kumasato might have slipped back a little bit because he was doing quite a few laps up there by himself, and when he got passed by 2 cars, that can be demoralizing. But he is bringing the fight right back to the target cars.
He's definitely maintaining the pace. He's right there with them. It's a little bit further back to Justin Wilson, James Hinchcliffe, and Tony Kanaan. That's your top 6. And there, the aerial view gives you a good view of the top 5.
Only 41 more laps to go.
Heading down the front straightaway, we've had 9 different leaders, and we may get another lead change. This will be number 25. So Franchitti goes back to the top spot. We are closing in on the all-time record for lead changes. These guys have delivered in this brand new DW12. Don't go anywhere because we have 40 exciting laps at this year's Indianapolis 500.
Closing in on the all-time record for passing manoeuvres. Closing in also on perhaps one of the quickest Indy 500s we've seen for some time, and it's the two Target Chip Ganassi cars out front at the moment that seem to be, as he brings up the dust by the wall, I was about to say swapping positions to perhaps conserve fuel, but after that, right up against the wall, Johnny Kane, I'm not so sure.
They're both, they've done an exceptional job, qualified 15th and 16th, steadily worked their way to the front, and now it's a full throttle fight to the finish. So Sato's keeping them honest, and good to see Justin Wilson up there, and of course the mayor of Hinchtown's in the mix again as well.
Actually, that's a good point you make there. This is flat out to the end now. There's no fuel mileage situation there. They've got one more stop to go. Everybody's got one more stop to go. Must be a driver's dream, I would think, Thomas, in this race, is no fuel mileage, get stuck in.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just thinking back on my Ganassi days and Chip sitting me and Scott down before a race saying, you guys, if you crash into each other, make sure that they helicopter you off, because you're going to be in some big trouble. So as close as they're racing now, they know that they have to behave themselves and keep it clean.
Two great guys. Andy, got to say, Dixie is due, isn't he, really, as well? As much as I want Dario to win just because.
Yeah, I think Dario's had the lion's share of the luck that's been going Ganassi's way over the past few seasons. If there's any bad luck going, Scott seems to be the recipient, but he's done most of the winter testing as well. He really has worked hard for this victory, and it'll be well deserved if it does come his way, but it's still a long way to go yet.
You say a long way to go, 38 laps, flat out. Joseph Newgarden, now he was a young man that we thought as well that might well perform. There's quite a lot of money around the Sky Sports office here went on Joseph Newgarden when he was at something like 125 to 1 a week or two ago. I mean, he really has shone in this series so far, and he's quick round here.
Yeah, he's been very good, very quick in the testing running up to the race this week. But yeah, impressed me all year, really. Rookie, obviously won the Indy Lights Championship last year. But yeah, unfortunately not his day today.
No, unfortunately that's in parked on the grass, and we've got 37 laps and our 5th caution. And a bit of a disaster all round, but not much we can do about that. The yellow is out. 37 laps to go. No one can stretch their mileage there, so won't be anything going on. They're just going to follow that car around, you would think, Andy?
I think you'll pit. Yeah. You won't want to miss this yellow and risk having to have a green flag pit stop. Yep. And then if you pit, there's the leader. Rule of thumb is normally follow the leader. Everyone will be forced to have a splash and go at the end.
Going to find out any second, of course, as we see our yellow flag. Yes, for all it was you that caused it, my man. Let's go back to the track then and pick up with our colleagues.
You see the dash lighting up, yellow flag. Unfortunately, Joseph Newgarden doesn't want to see it because it's his car that caused the caution. He basically, during the break, said the motor just quit and he has lost power and did not make it back. So we are under our 5th caution of the day here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And now we have 36 laps to go. Apparently just outside the window, unless you are willing to gamble. What do you think?
I think it's too big of a gamble at this point, but we'll see. I think some teams that have more than one bullet on this lead lap will probably go in different ways, but I think that window is just too big.
Pits are not open right now. Let's take a look at our Firestone lap leaders, because we've had 9 different leaders, 26 lead changes. We are just 3 away from tying the record. Marco Andretti has led the most laps, although he's back in 15th place right now. He led 59, most of those early in the race. Scott Dixon, Takuma Sato round out the top 3 in that category.
Now thinking of this, yellow takes a couple of laps here. 30 laps per tank, Eddie, so you need to be at lap 170. Can you save enough fuel, or will you run out a lap or 2 from the end?
Let's get the strategy on the 9 car. How about it, Vince?
Mike Hull, we heard that Utah said lap 170. Pits are just open. Pits are opening and they're coming. We'll catch up with Mike after the stop.
He looks a little bit busy.
Yeah, they've got a major decision to make. And once these stops are decided upon and what they're going to do, and it looks like the 10 car is set out, that they are going to come. The question will be, do you lean the engine back and try and stretch it to the finish, or do you go?
Or do you have one driver do one thing, another do another?
Yeah, but who makes that decision?
Yeah.
Which way do you
His
want to
name
go?
is Chip Ganassi.
Yeah, I think I'd be coming in and hoping that you can maybe catch another yellow for a lap or two.
Well, Team Penske also will have to make that decision. They have 2 cars still in the race, Briscoe and Castroneves. They are 9th and 10th right now. All right, here they all come. Let's go to Rick DeBrule.
Well, Takuma Sato's going to bring the car down. Last year, it came into a fuel strategy for this team. They almost were in it to the end. They're thinking they're going to gamble with it again. He comes in. They're going to make a slight wing adjustment as well. They're actually adjusting both the front and the rear wing. Dario Franchitti brings in. He's very happy with the car. Vince.
Can't have a mistake now. They were 5 laps short on the 9 car of Scott Dixon to make it to the end. It's another clean scalp. Jamie.
And James Hinchcliffe been taking downforce out. They will fill it up, going to try to help him on the restarts here. That has not been his forte so far today. Meanwhile, the leaders are passing him. 2 now, 3, and they're going to brake train him. It's a long stop for James Hinchcliffe. Unfortunate, he will lose many positions on pit road. Marty?
And he ran over the hose on the way in. That's what slowed it down, and it'll be up to IndyCar as to what will happen there, and we will check back on that as we're going to step aside for a break here. We'll reset everything for you as we have 34 to go here at the 500.
This summer on Sky Sports News, we'll bring you all the breaking stories from Euro 2012, reporting live from Poland and Ukraine. At the Olympics, we'll have teams of reporters breaking the news around the event. Expert analysis from past Olympians and daily shows from our studio overlooking the Olympic Park. Plus all the football transfer news as it happens.
Big news in the transfer market.
Keep up to speed and stay informed wherever you are. This summer on Sky Sports News.
Sainsbury's has everything you need for a Jubilee celebration to remember. Sainsbury's. Live well for less.
At Curry's PC World, see the big game
On a big TV.
like this exclusive LG 42-inch backlit LED TV.
It's smart.
With Wi-Fi, so you can catch up on the action anytime.
Just $549.
£130 off.
How about something bigger?
You got it. This exclusive 1080p 60-inch Samsung Plasma.
Now $899.
Save £600.
Plus, with any TV, laptop or MacBook $549 or over,
For every goal England score,
we'll give you £10 cash back.
cash for goals.
Big time.
At Curry's PC World now.
We can help. There must be smarter ways of doing things. Take our Lloyd's TSB current account. It's full of useful things like Vantage, so you can earn up to 3% interest on your current account, making the most of your money. Just one of the ways our current accounts are smarter. Lloyd's TSB, for the journey.
Get the most from your garden with great savings on selected garden furniture. Get this Andorra garden dining set for only $199.99 and enjoy your garden with a great range of barbecues. This Phoenix barbecue is now half price. It's the perfect way to enjoy outdoors. Homebase. Make a house a home.
This is the new home of F1 in HD.
33 laps to go then of the 96th running of the Indy 500. On lap 37, well, with 37 to go, Joseph Newgarden stopped on the grass, creating our 5th caution of the day. That's the man out front though, Scott Dixon, ably backed up by his wingman. That'll be Dario Franchitti for the moment. And we'll wait to see quite what the Ganassi boys are going to do towards the end of this race, because they've all fueled, they've all been down pit lane. Now it's all down to what they do out on the racetrack. Let's go back.
Welcome back to Indianapolis. 33 laps to go, and Chip Ganassi is right where he wants to be. His 2 drivers, Dixon and Franchitti, running 1-2. Now, you know, when they qualified, Ganassi with his Honda engines was not that quick, but on carburation day, they were lightning quick. They were the best. And yesterday, when people were working over in the garage area on all the cars, they had them torn apart. They were replacing it. In the Ganassi garage, it was nothing but quiet. They were locked down. And let's go down now for more from Rick DeBrule.
Well, let me put it this way. It has not been an uneventful day for Dario Franchitti. He had that little spin on pit lane to start with, and then later they had a problem with the vibration in the tire. Fortunately, they were able to change it without any incidents on the track. Now the car is sailing along.
And Rick, while it's been somewhat eventful for Dario, it's been uneventful for Dixon, at least in regards to changing the car. They've not touched it all day long. And the guys, maybe the unsung heroes, if Scott Dixon should win his second Indy 500 today, his pit crew, they have been rock stars. That last stop, 7.7, Brent.
Well, Vince, as you know, at Indianapolis, even though we're moving the trophy back toward Chip Ganassi, there is one thing to keep in mind about the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. You can never, ever give up.
The world around the Speedway has changed, but inside its cruel walls, the most basic truths remain the same. Every lap matters. Every turn matters. From the first to the 800th. One lapse, one bobble, one ill-timed blink of the eye. It's the difference between immortality and irrelevance.
Back here under the caution, and guys, we are going to be coming up on 30 laps to go. We already know the Hondas can go that distance. Earlier in the week, Roger Penske said if we can lean the motor, we can go as far as 32 to 35, depending on how far they lean it. How do you play this? It looks like it's going to be a good old-fashioned shootout from this point.
That's the perfect word to use right here. This is a shootout, and I think it's going to be some of the most amazing 30 laps we have seen at Indy in a long time.
And there's no reason for the Chevrolets to lean the engine out, because when you do that, you lose horsepower, because we know that they can go 30 laps running rich. So to your point, Eddie, this is put your foot on the gas, and this pretty soon will be teammates will no longer be teammates.
Maybe they will be up to the last 3 laps. But whoever's around you, you're going for it.
Well, they pitted on lap 166, and remember, you get 2 laps for every 1 under green versus under caution. All right. There have been a lot of things happening on pit road today, and here is one where James Hinchcliffe slides over the air hose, forcing him to back up. And on this last round of stops, Graham Rahal had a problem, guys.
He hit a gun.
Oh, and it was inside the box. So we're waiting for word from IndyCar as to possible penalties.
And those rules are very clear. They're not very ambiguous.
All right, pace car, as you can see, coming through and getting ready to make the turn into turn number 4. It is Dixon, Franchitti, Sato, Justin Wilson 4th. Charlie Kimball is in 5th. Tony Kanaan 6th. Ed Carpenter has moved up into the 7th spot. Briscoe, Barrichello in 9th. Elio Castroneves rounds out your top 10. We're going to have 29 to go. This time by, load your guns, fire your bullets. The race is really on. 3 wide.
Wilson takes him for 3rd.
Justin Wilson gets around Sato. On board with Hinchcliffe through 2. Down the backstretch, first 6 are nice and straight. Here comes Hinchcliffe looking to get under Barrichello. Going for the lead. Franchitti takes it.
And I think Wilson's going to take 2nd now.
Sato right on the back end of the 18 as well. Sato's going to take a peek.
And he shuts him down.
Tony Kanaan also in that mix. Guys up front don't know what they're missing behind them.
Well, they're happy not to be behind.
And put Carpenter in that mix also. Remember, he won the last oval race last year when he was driving for Sarah Fisher. He's won here in the Indy Lights Series in the Freedom 100. As you mentioned, Eddie, this is flat out racing as hard as you can go.
But you gotta save something for those last 5 or 3 or 4 laps, whatever it is. You don't want to take too big of a risk here, but you can't lose any track position. And here comes Ed Carpenter.
Okay, there seems to be one car pulling into pit lane. We'll get that for you as soon as we can. But as this continues, there goes Sato back into third. He gets under Justin Wilson.
Yeah, and Wilson's going to lose out on this one.
Oh, he's losing 2 more spots. As
he's up high. He's up high.
So Tony Kanaan got around him in the 11 car. There he is, and also Ed Carpenter. Here we go for the battle for the lead. It looks like nobody wants to lead because they still may be thinking about fuel.
We're going to work on a fuel number for you, and we'll give you the number for no more yellow, and that's all we can do. If there's yellow, then obviously we can back it up.
Yeah, I'm saying the fight is nobody's going to want to lead.
Well, we hope that's the case.
Like you said, nobody wants to lead.
It's because they all feel like they're going to be a sitting duck on the end if there is a restart. And we've seen how many times you can suck up in the draft and just whip around.
But it's very hard to interpret what they're saying, but it sounded to me like they were not 100% confident they got enough fuel to go full power.
I wondered about that because track position is so important. Did they fill the tank completely?
28 official lead changes today, 1 off the mark back in 1960.
And look who's 4th right now and looking to get past Sato.
And he's in a hurry. You've got to line him up the right way, then you can't come out too early.
Didn't time that right, did he?
Vince, what are you hearing on Ganassi's fuel situation?
Dario Franchitti and Scott Dixon are both running the same fuel setting, and Mike Hall, who handles the strategy for Dixon, just told Dixon, he said, Dario is on the same strategy. We've got to make 4.4, but he just told him that gives us a little bit of cushion to the end. Remember, they've been targeting 4.1. Now he needs 4.4 to the finish.
We thought they could make 30, and we went back at 170. This is going to be interesting.
Well, they pitted on 166. Maybe they're not getting the fuel savings under yellow that we thought and were told last week.
But I think you can be another lap change.
So we've got all this action going up front. You've got Franchitti holding on to the top spot. There's Dixon right there in 2nd. Sato is in 3rd. What a great view. Carpenter on 4th place.
4.3 on your dash. 4.3 on your dash.
And you heard him. 4.3 on the dash. Sato's fuel mileage. Let's get an update from Rick DeBrule.
Well, the team not only thinks they can do it, they're pretty confident about it. But the key is he's got to stay there. He can't be trying to dice it out with the 2 cars ahead of him. So what they've done is basically given him instructions. Sit there, bide your time, wait, and then make your move. Don't make your move too soon, although, as you can see, he's under attack by Ed Carpenter.
He's not only under attack, he's now moved back to 4th spot. Ed Carpenter. Remember, this is a backup car. They trashed the first one in qualifying last weekend, and he has really come to life here in the second half of this race.
And it's a Chevy.
Right now it is 2 Hondas, then Carpenter Chevy, then 2 more Hondas with Wilson and Sato, then Kanaan Chevy in 6th.
And if we go with what we've learned so far, the Honda seems to be better on fuel, but maybe now in this full race setting, maybe the Chevy will have something different.
Here we go again. We just tied the mark. Will we break it? Yes. 30 lead changes. A new record here at the Indianapolis 500. Dixon back out in front.
And as you were doing that, Wilson was having a look at Carpenter, and I think he maneuvered that pass also. He did not get that done.
So there is Justin Wilson in 3rd. Carpenter in 4th. Sato is 5th. Kanaan is shown in 6th. What's been amazing about this race, if you have just tuned in late, no lead has been bigger than about 4.5 to 5 seconds at any stretch during the day. This is what we've had with this brand new DW12.
But what we do know for sure is that the lead car uses more fuel. The 2 target teams, the 2 target drivers, are leapfrogging each other, and they're working as a team.
That can go here.
Remember, we're talking about the fuel mileage. We don't know if it's going to be Honda or Chevrolet that's going to be able to make it to the end. We thought both of them could when we came back to green, but we're hearing from the teams right now they need to make some fuel numbers, and because everything is brand new, is we see Sato right now having a look on the inside of Carpenter, and he gets that pass completed, Eddie. We're just going to have to find out in the last 2 or 3 laps here are going to be a nail-biter.
And Wilson is all over Dixon.
Oof. 1 car awfully close to the wall there.
Here you go. 20 laps to go.
20 laps to go.
And you got the powerhouse team of Target, Chip Ganassi.
Oh, look out, Carpenter spins. Can he save it? And look out, he's right in the middle of the track.
Turn two, all behind him.
Everybody gets by.
Well, we don't have any fuel mileage problems, guys.
Not anymore.
We're going racing.
Tough break for Ed Carpenter, though. He had really fought back to get back into this race.
He's asking to turn him around, so he wants to get back in.
Yeah, he wants to get started, but you saw him release his foot off the brakes as he got close to the wall to stop the car from hitting the wall. Very, very astute move from his part.
He's going to have to come in for tires, though. There is no way he could go back on the track after those spins.
Absolutely.
After that spin.
All right, let's show you what happened to Ed Carpenter.
You see he's way down below the line. Fifth car in your frame, gets on that white line, and oh, I think he did just kiss the wall there, Eddie, just on the exit.
Yeah.
Very close to getting hit, and boy, when that's happening, you got cars coming towards you. All you can do is just sort of hold on, close your eyes, and
that started with that white line, Scott. And he can't look at that. You can't have 1/100 of a thousandth of an inch between the car and the wall there.
He may or may not have. I think he got away with
barely.
Just the tire, maybe.
No, he didn't.
I think he missed it. Oh, he needs to go out and buy a lottery ticket.
He just had a lottery ticket.
That's true.
So a tough spin, but we saw this throughout the month. Brian Clausen's crash during pole weekend. He touched that white line, and boy, it just got the car so squirrely.
But when you start doing that, when your car is maybe not working as well as it did before, so you now start to try and cut the corner a little bit to make the car maneuver through Eddie, and I know you know how that works. He just didn't get away with it.
No, but like they say, on the last 20 laps, you throw all your caution to the wind and you try everything you possibly can. I have no idea what his setup was, but you were right. He probably had a little bit of push in the car, and he was trying to keep that momentum, because with these smaller turbo engines, if you take your foot out of the throttle, it takes you a whole lap to get back up to speed again. You think he's busy here?
He just wants to look to the right to see what's coming.
Let's go on board with Tony Kanaan, give you the view from his perspective. Remember? Is that moment where you guys are saying, oh, which way do I go?
You actually don't think in those moments because it happens too quickly. Your brain just takes over, and before you know it, you either made it through the accident or you haven't.
Well, there is Ed Carpenter as he has gotten refired. And we're getting word from pit road that no one is going to stop. So fuel is good. Stay with us. The shootout is still on here at Indy. A word from your ABC stations is coming up.
For the first time ever, you can watch Sky Sports F1 live on the go, anywhere in the UK or Ireland. Watch it on iPads, iPhones, selected Android smartphones, and laptops. Never miss a race with Sky Sports F1 live on the go. Sky. Believe in better.
If you need me, call me. No matter where you are, no matter how far. Just call my name, I'll be there in a hurry. You don't have to worry, 'cause baby,
There's a force at work across the world, helping businesses of all sizes grow to achieve their potential. That's the speed of yellow. DHL Express. Excellence simply delivered.
A lot of people buy insurance through comparison sites without looking elsewhere.
Well, it's easier that way, though, isn't it?
But the problem is that some insurers like us aren't on them, and you don't want to find out later that you missed out on a better deal.
No.
Like being married, isn't it? You don't want to commit to the wrong person and then
Live to regret it, like I did.
I think we can safely say you did your fair share of exploring the market.
Oh.
Try before you buy, that was her motto.
Why don't I show you what I've got to offer?
Whoa! Inappropriate.
Oh, no, I didn't mean, just
I know.
We're not on comparison sites, so don't miss out on our offers. Come direct to Direct Line.
I'm More Than Friedman. The fresh scent of up to 50% off our car insurance is wafting my way from the good folks at More Than. Call More Than today, and careful drivers could save up to 50% off our car insurance. Thank you for listening. Call 0800-300-883 now or visit morethan.com.
This is the new home of F1 in HD.
We're racing again at Indianapolis.
Kanaan is going to get it. Kanaan is going to get it. He's in the lead.
Tony Kanaan comes all the way from about 6th starting position to take the lead.
Do you think he's a good restarter?
Now the question is, can he hold on to it? What we've seen so far today, the answer is going to be no. But at least now he's in the mix.
Oh, you wait for this cheer when he comes down the front stretch here. This place is going to come alive.
Listen, what an exceptional restart.
Right behind him is Dario Franchitti. They are close friends.
He's not going to be able to hold it. He's not going to be able to hold it.
Here comes Dario. The gloves are off. This time by 15 laps to go.
All clear, all clear.
Coming into the mix as well is Ryan Briscoe. He's in 3rd right now. Dixon is 4th. Wilson is back in 5th.
And Eddie, you and I talked about just when we were away at commercial one time whether the two target cars had the right amount of downforce to be up front, and wondered whether or not Tony had maybe just a bit too much. We'll wait and see. Sato to the inside.
Yeah, that was Sato getting around Justin Wilson. So Justin's slid back several spots. He restarted 3rd and has now been bumped back to the 6th position. Here comes Dixon taking a look underneath Briscoe. Briscoe takes a defensive line. He's trying to get around 2nd place, Tony Kanaan.
So there's a little bit of a bottleneck behind Franchitti. That could play to his advantage.
Well, and I think right now that's because Kanaan, who slowed them up a little bit going into 1. Now look at these guys here.
Here comes Dixon.
4th and 5th, and Dixon's going to go on the inside. He knows he's got to get up front and start to chase down Franchitti.
And you heard Briscoe had to breathe the throttle going into 3 as well.
But everybody's showing a lot of discipline. Stay off the gray.
That's Justin Wilson as he goes under Takuma Sato. The action that we have seen today in this 500, as there goes Tony Kanaan, back for the race lead. Listen to the crowd. Oh, what a popular win it would be for Kanaan.
Yellow, turn 1, turn 1.
Yellow, crash in turn 1. It is Marco Andretti. The curse continues.
He was moving up. He had moved himself up to 8th.
He felt like he had a race car that could win. His confidence had never been higher. Look at the look on Grandpa's face.
Give me a minute.
You heard him say, give him a minute.
And Marty, I think he did have a race car to win today. Circumstances got him in the wrong place, and he just can't get through the group to get himself back up to the front.
Mario won this race back in 1969. Since then, no Andretti has ever made it back to victory lane.
Okay.
And it will not happen again today.
I'm liking Kanaan, just like what you said.
Well, Tony has made no secret about it. You know, he and Dario were very, very close to Dan Weldon. And he looks at the Borg Warner trophy and he said, I want my face right next to Dan Weldon and alongside of Dario Franchitti. All right, let's go back and show you what happened to Marco.
Now we're going to watch Marco here just on the bottom side of your screen go in through turn 1 and trying to make a move, and as he does that, we saw the same thing with Ed Carpenter. Gets those inside wheels on the white line, loses the grip. He knows he's lost it. He locks the wheels up and impacts the safer barrier on the right-hand side. Just trying to drive himself too quickly, too fast to get up towards the front because he knew it was go time, Eddie.
That white line has caught everybody out that's been on it today.
It has become no man's land.
That was a very hard impact too, especially on the side like that. And you see Marco is okay, but he's getting out very slowly. You can see it's all wrong by the time he's got to the center of the turn. Did hit the safer barrier.
Let's go on board with Marco. This is in slow motion. Oop.
You know what was amazing with that slow-mo? Did you see how he had the calmness once it got sideways and he corrected? And a good 30 yards before he got to the wall, his foot was hard on the brakes.
Now watch his hands here.
And then once he knows he's going to hit the wall, his hands will come off the wheel so he doesn't get his hands caught in the wheel when the wheel then turns around and impacts the wall.
All right, Marco is out of the car. He'll make the mandatory trip to the infield care center. And right now we've got 11 laps to go. Our 7th caution here at Indianapolis. It is going to be one heck of a shootout. Don't leave us.
Well, we've just had our 7th caution. This time it was Marco Andretti. A very, very feisty driver indeed, but a bit unlucky really. Let's take another look at it. Thomas, you're the driver. Talk us through it.
Well, he just got really low down on the track, a little too low, but you know, you're pushing these last, 20 laps. You have to get everything out. He took a little bit of a gap, just got too low, and it got sideways. He corrected it once and then slammed on the brakes, but by that stage, you're pretty much a passenger.
As soon as he was out of shape, he had his foot on the brakes, didn't he? He knew he was off.
Yeah, it's when he sort of lost control of that steering, when that sort of got out of his hands, that's when it's, sort of passenger time and time to hit the brakes. And it was a big hit. I mean, from the car getting sideways to when he hit the wall, it sort of looked like the tires were off the ground. So I'm lucky that he walked away.
Well, just before that, we had our 6th caution with 20 laps to go. That was Ed Carpenter that found himself in a bit of difficulty. Talk us through this one as well, Thomas.
Again, they're pushing, they're in dirty air. Those leaders were fighting a lot back and forth. And like Andy said, I think we lose about 20% of the downforce. So, just again, pushing quite hard, got loose in the middle of the corner.
Lucky not to hit this wall, though.
Yep, very lucky. Very lucky. But your race is over. At this stage, as you're a driver, pretty much you don't care if you hit the wall or not. Your Indy's done.
He's paying for that car, though, I think, Ed Carpenter, so he'll be grateful for the savings that were made by missing it, perhaps.
That's true.
You wouldn't want to collect the bill for smacking the wall at 200 mile an hour, really, would you? Or the pain that goes with it.
Yeah, usually at Indy, there's no small crashes, so when you can get away with spinning and not hitting anything, it's a good day.
OK, let's look forward to the finish of this. We've got 10 laps to go at the moment under the yellow. TK out front as we continue to look at TK making his way through the smoke. Not a bit of work to do, but he looks fast, Johnny.
Tony Kanaan?
Yeah,
well, I'm not sure. Dario seemed to be able to pass him quite easily there with the toe, but then Tony got back past, so maybe there's not much between them at the moment. The restart was pretty messy. I hope to see the next restart being a bit more organised, but both the Ganassi cars are still strong. It's going to be interesting. I'm not sure which way it's going to go yet.
I think these new DW12s have been pretty good this year, come road course or oval. I think they've done their job this year, Thomas. Would you quickly think?
No, absolutely. And I think it's definitely exciting racing, more exciting racing. These last couple of laps, I bet no one's going to be sitting in their seats at Indy.
ESPN's coverage of the Indianapolis 500 on ABC, presented by GoDaddy.com. Domains, websites, and everything in between. Mother's Polish. There's no shine like Mother's. And Chevrolet, proud partner of the IZOD IndyCar Series.
For more than a decade, Brazilian Tony Kanaan has been a major contender at the Indianapolis 500. He's even sat on the pole, but he has never, ever taken the checkered flag. And he is a man who has come to this race with a mission and a favorite number.
It's my 11th Indy 500. 11 is my lucky number. I'll put my face next to my two best friends because it will be Dario, Dan, and myself. So you guys can tell I've been thinking about it.
He would be such a popular champion. But we still have 9 laps to go, Marty. And as we have seen over the last few years, anything can happen, even on the final lap. This is the Indy 500.
And there you see the crowd, many of them on their feet. They have been in this sweltering heat that's gone into the 90s. And it is going to be one heck of a shootout. Next time by, we're still under caution. There's 8 laps to go, so at best, we could be going green with 7 to go. And the captain is deep in thought. He's got a guy riding in 4th place. He needs to pick up on that man right there. He's got his 2 cars, 2nd and 3rd, and they're all chasing Tony Kanaan.
The new Seat Ibiza from £199 per month with 0% APR representative finance available. The new Seat Ibiza, perfectly in tune.
Seat.
My name's David Eustace and I'm a photographer. When you're in an environment like this, it is so spectacular that it rediscovered that first love that attracted you to photography. One of the things I like about the Lumix G3 is the size of it. You think, can this deliver the quality? But it actually does. It allows me to photograph the world the way I see it.
Now available with the world's first power zoom lens for a compact system camera. Lumix G from Panasonic.
What are we doing out here?
Watching a movie.
What, outside?
Well, with the Sky Movies pack, you can watch hundreds of movies on demand, wherever you are with Sky Go.
Cool. So this is the great outdoors, eh? Oh, beautiful. Oh! What is it?
It's just an acorn.
Acorn. We come in peace.
Enjoy Sky Movies for just £8 extra a month, including Sky Go. No one brings you movies like Sky Movies.
This is the new home of F1 in HD.
It's going to be a 6-lap race for the 96th running of the Indy 500 as Tony Kanaan tries to hold on to that leading position from Dario Franchitti. Tony Kanaan never having won it, Dario Franchitti having won it twice. That's the man from Brazil, Tony Kanaan. Can he do it? But I tell you, it is Dario Franchitti who's a wily old fox that's going to be in his slipstream. And watch out for what's coming from behind them. 6 laps, we're going to go for the green flag.
Still under our 7th caution here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Next time by, we'll have 6 laps remaining. Tony Kanaan, Dario Franchitti running 1st and 2nd. They are the best of friends. Here is what we picked up on the radio. First, the 11 car.
Still Dodger, we're playing like old times. And we're playing at the end. Copy. Got a message from Kanaan. Says you guys are going to play like old times.
Here we go, back to green flag racing. On board with James Hinchcliffe. 2 wide. And it is Dario Franchitti that gets out in front. They're still 2 wide going through 2. That's Rubens Barrichello on board.
And Eddie, we talked about the leader as a sitting duck, and that's certainly what happened to Tony Kanaan.
I don't know. At some point, you have to make a decision whether it's good to be in front. Oh, that was close. Or it's better to be 2nd or 3rd.
That is Ryan Briscoe trying to make his way around. There is Kanaan running in 3rd, and he is under attack from Takuma Sato. And here's the battle for the race lead as the 2 Target Ganassi cars go after each other and put the 50 up front.
Now, these 2 guys are teammates for the moment, but they won't be teammates that last lap.
It's Dixon, then Franchitti, then Takuma Sato, and Tony Kanaan is now back to 4th. 5 laps remaining here at Indianapolis.
Foot is down, no lifting whatsoever, clicking off laps as fast as you can go.
And the 2 Target Ganassi cars are trying to pull away from the field. Coming down the front straightaway.
4 to go.
You heard it, 4 laps to go.
Clean pass.
Outside. Outside, clear.
All right,
Clear by 2.
I want to set this up. Where do you want to be? At what lap do you make your move? Do you want to be leading or do you want to be the second place car?
With the way they're flipping back and forth here right now, who knows who's going to lead on the very last lap, but I think I want to be second, probably going into turn 3, Eddie.
It really depends on who's running third at this point. I think if the two Ganassi cars keep playing nice with each other up to the end, they're guarding the position. So maybe, like you said, you'd be better off if you're leading that last lap. Now he's going to pass him again, and it's a clean pass.
And does he get him by the stripe? Yes, he does. So it can be done.
That sure is calling it close.
It was close.
Well, he wasn't defending that time, Marty. I can assure you, when you're coming out of 4, you're going to be moving around the racetrack.
And you can move a little bit, maybe in turn 3. You can move a little bit coming off of 4.
Takuma Sato trying to get up closer.
Now Franchitti's got a problem with Sato, and he's guarding the position.
Now will he try and go for the pass? This time by, there will be 2 laps remaining.
Sato's car, I don't think has his nudge down for us because he certainly seems to slide mid-turn.
I think he's got him
going down the straight.
Now 2.
You heard the call. Here comes Dario. And Sato may try and come with him. Look out. This could get tricky. Oh, and he slides on by. Sato takes
by 4 to Sato.
And Kanaan is going to make a run on him now.
So Franchitti out in front, Takuma Sato in second. There's Dixon, and then Tony Kanaan. On board with Tony. If he wants a shot, he's got to get some help up front. He's too far back right now. Next time by, the white flag.
I think Sato's in the catbird position now.
Time it right. You have to time it right. Everybody's standing, listen to the crowd.
White flag is out. Dario Franchitti takes the defensive line into 1. Sato taking a peek.
Inside. Keep going. Keep going, buddy. Yellow.
The yellow is out.
Should have waited till coming out of 2. We talked about that.
We talked about his patience. And for the 3rd time in his career, Dario Franchitti is going to win the 500, and all 3 times it's going to be under caution.
This is a race where you cannot make a mistake. That was very hard. Sato was close, but I think he got on that white line again.
He did.
Tony Kanaan is going to finish 3rd. Remember, results are not official. We'll get word from IndyCar. But right now, here they come down the front straightaway. And Dario Franchitti is going to join an elite group as he is going to become a 3-time winner at Indianapolis.
What a race. What a race.
You are the man. Awesome job, champ. Way to go. Congratulations, 3 times winner.
We know she can count to 3. She just proved it.
That was amazing.
Word from IndyCar officials, yes, it is Dario Franchitti's race.
And he came all the way from the back to all the way in the front, and he withstood that big attack from Sato on the last lap.
From 28th all the way to win the race, Dario Franchitti again stamps his name in the record book in open wheel racing. And here at
You know who you got your face next to now?
Takuma Sato climbing out of the car. And Scott, you hit the nail on the head. He just needed to be a little more patient going into that corner.
I thought down the front stretch he was playing it right. He was setting him up to come out of turn 1 and 2 and go down the back stretch, but just a little too eager. But as a race driver, boy, you were anxious. You see, when Franchitti started to go low, I thought he'll just pull up and stay there. But he gets in there and he starts to force the movement into there.
White line.
And Dario stuck. Wow. Eddie, Dario stuck on the outside, which was amazing because he was out in the gray area.
Let's check in with Rick DeBrule.
Down here with Ashley Judd. Ashley, congratulations. The first thing we saw was you count to 3 with your fingers.
Oh my gosh, 3. That is just such an extraordinary achievement. What he did today was awesome.
We're going to hear from Dario in a moment to what it means to him. But I want you to tell me what you think he's going to be thinking right now. What's going through his mind?
What I think it means is that Marina and George Franchitti raised one hell of a racing driver, and Sir Jackie Stewart brought him up right. Jim Clark is looking down on him, and so is Michael Wanzer, and I am so proud of him. And I said to him today, when he got in the car, I will see you in the winner's circle. I knew it. I knew it. Did you see him go from 25th to 3rd on a single green flag run? I don't think anybody's ever done that before. He's a legend.
Dario Franchitti's wife couldn't be prouder. Let's talk to Chip. He just came in himself. Let's talk about how in that first pit stop you had to have doubts.
We were dead last, Rick. We were dead last at the first stop. After the first stop, we were 33rd. 33rd after the first stop.
And then?
Came back to the lead.
All right, not a lot of adjustments. He seemed to be pretty happy with the car all day. There was a minor problem with vibration.
Yeah, no, minor things all day with the car. Nothing really, tires and fuel.
Congratulations.
He goes, oh, the tires are going up, the tires are going up. And then they look at him and they say, the tires are fine. He's just so tuned in. Thank you all.
Congratulations to Ashley and Chip. What a victory.
It is the 7th time an owner has finished 1-2 here at the Indianapolis 500. Chip Ganassi now joins the likes of Team Penske, Treadway Racing, Leader Card, and Lou Moore. And the celebration is about to begin as Dario has made his way down pit lane, and they'll make the turn into victory lane.
He does everything so gracefully, doesn't he?
You know, and I think back throughout this month when the team was struggling, there was a lot of people in the garage area wondering whether or not the old guard here at the track were not going to be able to adapt to these new cars on the ovals, to the high-speed ovals, because at that point in time, you had guys like Joseph Newgarden leading the time sheets many days in practice here, guys, and a lot of people were starting to think that the older guys might not get it, but experience came through.
The other 3-time winners here at Indy, Louis Meyer, Wilbur Shaw, Johnny Rutherford, Elio Castroneves, Maury Rose, and Bobby Unser. You can now add the name Dario Franchitti as he makes the trip to victory lane.
You think she's happy?
The car pulls in. The celebration is about to begin here at Indianapolis.
Here we go. Dario Franchitti puts on the Dan Weldon white glasses that everybody that is at the 96th running of the Indy 500 has been given as they come in through the front gate in memory of Dan Weldon, who won this race last year. And there will be no prouder man to follow on from Dan Weldon than Dario Franchitti. The sight of Dan Weldon this time last year, this man, Dario Franchitti, was one of the many in pit lane that was inconsolable in Las Vegas last October when Dan lost his life. And the traditional milk. So, obviously not a milk drinker, more a milk pourer. Dario Franchitti. Marino, his brother, has just tweeted, "Well done, bro." Marino, of course, been testing the Nissan Delta wing. Let's hear from Dario Franchitti.
Dario, you're wearing the white glasses as his wife Ashley comes in to give him a kiss. It has been such an emotional year for not just Dario, but this entire team. Michael Wanzer, the chief strategist for Dario Franchitti, or Barry Wanzer, the chief strategist for Dario. His son Michael passed away earlier this year, and now Dario, on the heels of all that has happened this year, what does it mean to win the Indianapolis 500 today?
I just want to dedicate this to two of Indianapolis' finest, Dan Weldon and Michael Wanzer. Thank you to all the fans for saluting our buddy Dan today. And, oh man, what a race. What a race. I think D-Dub would be proud of that one, just coming from the back there and that last lap, running side by side with Takuma. I went down and I moved up to give him the room, and then we hit, and I just kept the foot and managed to keep it out of trouble. But thank you to this Target team and my buddy Scott Dixon. And I was looking there at the pole and I was thinking, I don't know who the heck's going to win it, but everybody up there was a friend of Dan's, and I think that about sums it up. Everybody loved Dan.
In the battle at turn one with Sato, how did you decide which line to take and what to do as he pressured you from the inside?
Well, now that we're allowed to defend our position, there's a kind of a grey area, so I moved over and I saw he was coming, and I'd come over as he moved, so I came back over and I moved up the track, and I don't know, he got loose. It looks like I just saw the replay. He got loose underneath me, but kind of reminds me of Emerson and Little Al there with the contact at the end, and Scott Harner, my spotter, is on there going, keep going, keep going, keep going, and I'm trying, I'm pulling gears, and I gotta say, thank you to Honda as well. We had a really tough qualifying, and these guys worked so hard. And every race I've won, every IndyCar race has been with Honda, and they worked so bloody hard and showed everybody what they could do today. So thank you. This means the world. This is Indianapolis, man, and 3 times. And to be on the trophy beside Dan, either side, that's more important than anything.
Dario, you're an astute student of the sport of racing. What does it mean to be among those that are 3-time winners at Indianapolis?
Well, the last week I've been studying my buddy JR's, Johnny Rutherford's book, because he gave me the other night, left a beautiful inscription in it, and said he hoped to welcome me to the 3-time club. So to be in the company of guys like that just means so much. And JR gave me a little wave the first time I led under caution today. We have a little ritual here, and he came up and gave me a wave, so I waved back, and then we went racing again. But what a great race today. He was able to come from the back of the grid after getting hit in pit lane and spun. And again, I can't say enough about this Target team and the adversity they've been through. And Dan was our guy. Michael was our boy, and we just dedicate this to him. And that feels really quite nice right now.
It's a hot day at Indianapolis. Nobody hotter than Chip Ganassi Racing and Dario Franchitti, who gets a hug from his father as he celebrates his 3rd victory at the Indianapolis 500-mile race.
What a day for Dario Franchitti. Early in the race, getting tagged by E.J. Vizo, nose damage, all the way back to 28th position. But now his face will be on that Borg Warner trophy for a 3rd time. This was the last pass attempt by Takuma Sato. And there is the victory. And there is the beginning of the celebration at Indianapolis.
Discover all your family favorites and more in high definition. Sky. Believe in better.
When a television can make your day, or even your year, when it can show you the future with the swipe of a hand, or bring people together from all over the world, When a television can share everything you love with everyone you know, it's not just a television. It's Smart Viera from Panasonic, official television of the London 2012 Olympic Games.
All through the winter time he hid himself away, till a flock of swans spied him there, and very soon agreed, "You're a very fine swan indeed."
We've come a long way since our first streamlined Audi.
The best in town.
You play, you save. You spray, you save. Stay in bed all day, you save. You dance, you glance. Try a little romance, you save. Save when you spend with cashback on your household bills. And save when you don't with interest on your balance. Does your current account give you cashback and interest in one? The new Santander 123 current account does, for just £2 a month.
This is the new home of F1 in HD.
Results from today's race, as we had a total of 17 cars on the lead lap, a record-setting 35 lead changes among 10 different drivers. And look at some of the names. James Hinchcliffe's goal, I need to finish. He crashed last year. Justin Wilson with a great run, as did Charlie Kimball, 7th and 8th respectively. And Townsend Bell, always on the one-off here, and he manages to crack the top 10. And Elio Castroneves comes home in 10th position. As we look on down, what a ride by Rubens Barrichello in his first 500.
To be able to finish on your first 500 and finish 11th, I think is a phenomenal drive from his side.
And of course, Takuma Sato will be listed in 17th place as he crashes on that final lap down in turn number 1. And he will be thinking, just like J.R. Hildebrand did last year, what might have been. Ed Carpenter managed to get back out, although he was one lap down after the spin. He comes home in 21st position. And there are the cars that come in the last 3 spots. Tony Kanaan wanted it so bad for not only himself, but also his friend Dan Weldon. He's with Dr. Jerry Punch.
Tony, we told the folks at home that you had said earlier in the week you wanted this one with your face on the Borg Warner Trophy beside Dario and your buddy Dan Weldon. Emotionally, how difficult were those final 15 laps?
I mean, actually, it was good. It felt good, Jerry, because his 3 best friends fighting for the win. I knew, I mean, the odds were going to say one of us will do it, and one of us will do it for him. And obviously, I tried everything I could to do it. Haven't done it yet, but you know, to lose this one like this, it's an honor. I think we battled it, me, Dario, and Dixie, and Danny, whatever he is right now, I think he's extremely happy. You know, his 3 best friends on the top 3. It wouldn't be a better way.
Tony Kanaan finishing 3rd.
And Tony's celebration tempered by the fact he didn't win, but happy because of the guys who did. All right, Scott Dixon still down there celebrating with his teammate. We'll talk to him when we come back here to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway on what was a record-setting day at the 500.
What a day of racing at Indianapolis. My 3 guests here, Thomas Scheckter, Andy Brown and Johnny Kane. I suppose I've got to come to you again, Thomas. Got to say that with the new rules, it gave the opportunity to Dario to block Takuma when he needed to. But even so, what a save at the end when Takuma got loose. I could have sworn Dario was going in the fence with him.
And you always say with good race drivers, you always have that feeling of where a car is and not to turn in on them. And you see quite a few of these drivers in the series, like Viso bumping Dario, that they don't know what's happening around him. And for Dario to put that pressure, squeeze him a little bit, but still known to avoid him was a great drive. And you know, both those Ganassi guys definitely deserved a shot at it. And you know, Dario, hats off to him. He did a great job today.
Andy, the aero around these cars seems to be working in favour of closer racing, in as much as that whenever the cars are by, it doesn't seem that they take the wing away from them. You said to me that there's more floor pressure that makes it work better for them.
Yes, they've got a much bigger underwing than the cars previously, a much smaller front wing out in front of the front wheels, so it does appear that
when the overtaking car moves in front of the car it's just passed, the car behind doesn't seem to be affected quite so badly. And we were able to see close racing with continual passing for the lead. Well, an absolutely fantastic race from Dario Franchitti, Scott Dixon in second place, and Tony Kanaan disappointed perhaps, but remembering Dan Weldon like the other two drivers. Let's go back.
ESPN's coverage of the Indianapolis 500 on ABC, presented by GoDaddy.com. Brought to you by Royal Purple, the performance oil that outperforms. The all-new Mazda CX-5 with 35 highway miles per gallon. And GoDaddy.com, domains, websites, and everything in between.
It is the single largest one-day sporting event in the world, and you want to know the reason why? You just saw it today. A spectacular race as the celebration continues down in Victory Lane, and his teammate and second place finisher Scott Dixon is with Jamie Little.
And Scott continues to watch Dario Franchitti, one of his closest friends, celebrate in Victory Lane. You guys put on a heck of a show today. In your opinion, where was this race lost for you?
Well, I don't know. I'm definitely gutted. It was so close, and we definitely had the car. I think huge credit to Team Target. They did a hell of a job getting these cars and Honda back up to speed. Making sure we had the reliability, the power, and the fuel mileage was key today too. So, I think I wasn't really expecting Sato to dive in there with 2 to go. Had to give him room because he's pretty aggressive all day, and didn't want to end my race there. But I thought we were in a pretty good position, to be honest, towards the end, to get a run on both of them, one down the back straight, one up the front to finish the race. But I thought it was going to be close there for a minute with Sato on Dario. They touched. All credit to Dario for saving it. There was a pretty big hit, but he did a hell of a job today. He came from a big mistake earlier with Vizo, I think, got into him. So, just super happy for him. I'm super gutted. It's tough when you spend all this time out here and you try to get so close to it and it gets ripped away. But, the team did a hell of a job. Congratulations to Target, 50th year anniversary. Happy birthday to them. And you couldn't do it a better way with a 1-2 finish with both Target cars.
Scott Dixon certainly been on both sides of this fence. Great day for them. It'll be a big celebration tonight, Marty.
9 cars did not finish the race, and it says a lot. We were worried about, could the engines go the distance? We got an answer. Boy, did we get an answer. We're coming back.
Target's 50th anniversary, and of course the number 50 car won, which was somewhat fortuitous, I suppose. Andy, again, the 50 car, 50 years of Target. I don't know how many years that they've sponsored Ganassi, but it must be a lot.
28. I think Eddie Cheever was the first back in the 90s.
So a huge relationship,
Absolutely.
And a result like that in America. I think you've got to put it in perspective for us, just what that means. Winning 1 and 2, actually.
Absolutely. I mean, Indy is by far the biggest single-seater race over there. The Daytona 500 maybe gets more spectators, but for this time of the year, Memorial Day, it's a national holiday leading on into the summer. I mean, Target will be over the moon. It's just a terrific result for them.
Normally, Johnny, I kind of get slightly sleepy when the drivers start going through their sponsors and everything and saying how wonderful the team done, but in this particular instance, Target as a team, Honda as a manufacturer, did a great job.
Yeah, they have. Looked like they were really up against it coming in here. Qualifying for both Target cars, not great, 15th and 16th. But they did a lot of work in the week. Fastest on carb day, the final practice. Race setup basically, and that showed today. I mean, Dario being able to come from the back of the field through to the very front, amazing drive by him, and he knew where Sato was right at the end and just left enough room, and deserves a win, but disappointed for Scott.
Susie Weldon there talking with Dario Franchitti at the moment, the 96th Indy 500 winner, and we can go straight back to the track now.
There is a very special moment. Dan Weldon's wife, Susie Weldon, with a huge hug for Dario Franchitti, who was one of Dan's best friends, and in his memory puts on those white frame sunglasses that so many of the drivers were wearing today when they were introduced. And they were joined by many of the fans here at the Indianapolis 500. So Ryan Briscoe, who had the pole, wound up in 5th, and he's with Jerry Punch. Jerry?
Thank you, Brent. Ryan, restarting in 4th spot with less than 6 to go. How confident were you that you had a car that could handle the Ganassi's?
I don't know. You know, they were able to run more downforce than us and still have the power down the straights. I think we were hurting with the heat a little bit today for horsepower, but you know, I was going to give it a go. You know, I was going to do my best, and you never know. With 6 to go, anything can happen, and there was still another accident. So I was feeling good. The car, we'd been working on it all day long. We were getting a little bit loose down here in 1, but really proud of my team today. Izod, everyone involved, Hitachi, they gave me a good race car today, and we raced hard. There's no doubt we raced hard.
Well done.
Thank you.
Ryan Briscoe comes home in 5th spot. Brent?
Well, you know, Jerry, Sato, for a time, appeared to be headed toward the winner's circle, and that would have made him the first Japanese champion ever here at the Indy 500, and he's with Rick DeBrule right now. Rick?
Standing by with Takuma Sato just outside of the medical center. What a race. You were in it to the end. Let's talk about that last lap in the move.
Yeah, well, I always go for the win, of course, and good restart from 7th to jump up to the 5th. Overtaking 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and then very last lap, good tow from Dario, and you know, so good opportunity to turn 1 into the inside. And but it looks like he didn't give me enough room to go there. I was well below the white line, and just got slide. So very disappointed. I mean, completely outstanding job from the team and incredible weekend.
Was it a chance you shouldn't have taken? Should you wait until later in the lap?
No, I don't think so, because it was a very last lap, and I was already in. You know, it wasn't like diving in the braking. You know, I was well in, and just he didn't move up, so kept on pushing, and the entry from that speed and then entry. I mean, I had nowhere to go, so it's a little disappointed.
Very disappointed. Takuma Sato out of the race, and but a spectacular run.
Out of the race, spectacular run. But I feel just desperately that he was unlucky to a certain extent. I mean, was he wrong to have gone for it at that turn?
No, absolutely not. It's Indy, and like you've seen, it's about winning. No one remembers 2nd place, and he went for it. And Dario was very clever as well. You know, Dario put a lot of pressure on him. He knew he was going to go a little bit to the inside, and you know, Dario's got a lot of experience. Taku definitely came out 2nd best for that.
And Dixie, talking of 2nd best, I mean, Scott Dixon now, there's a man that desperately wanted to win the Indy 500. I mean, at the end of the day, the 50 plate went on Franchitti's car. Teammates love each other, of course they don't. The fact of the matter is that Dario always seems to come out just that little bit ahead.
Well, I think the way these cars are and the way they've been towing up, it was a little bit of a lottery, you know, who was passing who. And, you know, also that crash at the end, it could have changed around where, you know, if there wasn't that crash, Dixon could have got a tow off both of them, and then he would have been the clever one. So, you know, it's just the way the cookie crumbles at Indy.
Remarkable that Taku's car just seemed to wrap itself around Dario's car into that turn. I have to say it's remarkable that it didn't take Dario out. I mean, 99 times out of 100, Andy, they'd have both been in the fence.
And that would have been Scott's race right there. Dario did extremely well to hang on to it, but the way he came from the back of the field to 3rd in just one green flag stint, just an amazing drive.
I kind of missed that. I don't know how many other people did. It was one of those ones where he seemed to be teleported through the field with some ease. I mean, it's almost a remarkable achievement.
Yeah, and they weren't following him. I guess nobody expected him to do it, but other cars that got shuffled back, like Tagliani, had a bad pit stop and ended up at the back of the pack. They couldn't come through like Dario was able to.
This was where it all started, of course. EJ Viso just punting the target car round in pit road. I mean, we've covered this already. EJ Viso is a man who gets himself in places that he shouldn't have his nose in quite often. So, bless him. He's a nice enough fella, Ernesto, but he always seems to be tangled up in something like this, John.
Yeah, indeed. And I think one of the reasons we didn't really sort of take so much notice of Dario pulling off all the moves is he knew it was a long race. He was very methodical. He just took his time, one car at a time, made sure he was safe each time, and you know, worked his way to the front, and you know, it's ended up being his day again.
I mean, there's so many stories that went on in the Indy 500, as there often are. I mean, we got Joseph Newgarden as one, we got James Hinchcliffe as another, but Justin Wilson was another man who seemed to have a car that was working one minute, wasn't working the next. Just wasn't quite able to pull it at the end.
No, I mean, he started very near the back, moved up quickly at the start, but towards the end he looked like he had a car fast enough to win the race, and at one point, you know, it could have been 5 or 6 guys that were going for the win. But unfortunately, the crash there at the end just stopped Dixon having a run possibly. But a great race, very exciting.
I mean, before you came in here, I mean, obviously you've been at Indy every single time that you could possibly go there. Strange environment for you here. We're grateful for you for being with us. But did you have money on anybody? Did you have any expectation yourself, Thomas?
No, I suppose, you know, if I'm not in the race car, I'm not paying a lot of attention. To be honest, I probably watch the race a lot more now that I'm with you guys than I would if I was at home. So, you know, it's been enjoyable, but it's also been pretty tough, you know. The last 10 years being at the track and you just see everybody and see the atmosphere, and not being there, as great as atmosphere it is here, you know, it's a part of my heart was still at Indy today.
Well, part of our heart here in the UK, of course, has gone again to this man. Dario Franchitti makes it a 3 times Indianapolis winner. Ashley Judd in the middle there, that's the wife. And on the outside, of course, is Susie Weldon, who I think Dario won't mind me saying that our thoughts are with perhaps a bit more than they are with him, as she takes a very hard lap, I would suggest, having been on that lap last year with Dan when he won it in 2011. Of course, Sebastian and Oliver, the 2 kids that Dan had to win a second Indy 500. Luckily he did it last year, so they both got a pace car. I think he was collecting them, one for each of the children, which I'm sure they'll grow up to understand just what a great guy their dad was. And hopefully all these stories that everybody has of Dan Weldon will filter back for the kids. We've all got young children, and it's great when we think of him in that way. But Dario Franchitti, he's quite an emotional fella. I mean, underneath it all, I think that he's going to be crying in his milk later on. So the 50 plate of targets was on Dario Franchitti's car, and he's the man that carries it off. You can't get much better publicity than that. You heard Andy Brown here in the studio just tell us exactly what that would mean on Memorial Day at the Indy 500. Your thoughts on Dario Franchitti, Johnny?
Well, like you say, very cool and calm on the exterior, but very much into the history of motorsport, and you know, this will mean a massive amount to him to be a 3-time winner of the Indy 500. You know, he's was great friends with Dan, great friends with Tony, and with Scott. So a massive day for him.
Massive off again, I have to say, for Mike Conway. There you are. Mike Conway is the man that again found himself in all sorts of trouble on the concrete, in the pits, running over his own crew. AJ Foyt will send in the bill for that, I'm sure. And the big fella falls on the front wing, which damages the car. Then back out on the track, obviously not got the aero pointing in the right direction. More from Andy on that in a moment. But finds himself in the end in a horrendous crash. If you remember the one he had in 2010, that was big enough. But this one, got to say, backwards with the back of your bonds in the fence, Andy, is not quite the way round you want it, is it?
No, I mean, they were both incredibly lucky. I guess the guy falling on the front wing must have tipped it more nose down, because he went into that corner and you could see the nose get pinned and bring the rear around. But Will Power almost went underneath the car, and he was lucky to escape injury, and Will's car going underneath Mike's lifted it up above the concrete wall there, and it was rather too reminiscent of what happened with Dan hitting his head on the fence support poles.
This is the incident that is doubly frightening, is the wheel that comes in the face of Will Power there. I mean, the DW12, doesn't matter what you design into a car, when you have those kind of impacts, you can't do anything about it. And then comes Elio Castroneves' brush with bouncing piece of it actually touched his front wheel. I hadn't noticed that before.
Yes, you could see a puff of smoke come off the right front wheel. I mean, the cars have got tethers. There's about 3 Kevlar ropes to each upright, which is supposed to keep the wheel attached to the car when the suspension fails. But I guess the impact was obviously too much in that instance, and the wheel parted company with the car.
Thomas, you've been in some fairly fiery and fairly horrendous IndyCar accidents. I mean, what goes through your mind at that point? Might sound like a daft question. might be a daft question, but what does go through your mind in that instant? Do you have any time to think about anything at all?
No, I think it's nothing. I think it's just reaction times. But I think it's like I said before, that, you know, during this race, you'll probably get 3 or 4 of these incidents like Helio had, where he just missed a wheel, or a car just spins in front and there's smoke and you decide to take a left instead of a right, and then you just miss someone. So it shows what a tough race it is and how many near misses that you have during the race. But, you know, coming to a crash, it's just natural instinct in what you do and which direction you go.
Well, Dario's still enjoying his lap of honour around the Indianapolis Speedway. Of course, it's 2.5 miles round. That was a 500-mile race. Let's take a look at some of the other action today. Ed Carpenter was one man that found himself in a little bit of trouble as well, down on the apron for a moment. But that has really got to be the cheapest big spin I think I've seen at Indianapolis in a long, long time. OK, smoked a set of tyres, but didn't touch a thing, and nobody went off with him, Johnny.
No, exactly. I think if you're going to have a spin at Indy and you ruin a set of tyres which you were going to use anyway, you'd be more than happy that you got away with that. But so close to the wall and so close for other people following behind that no one collected him as well. So quite a lucky escape.
Ed Carpenter then grinds to a halt after that very, very near miss. We all had bets in here just to see how the distance between his rear wheel and that fence, and then they did the super slow-mo for especially. Not even a black mark on the wall. The others were all there already, so didn't touch it at all. This is the view from Tony Kanaan's car. Which way do you go? Do you know, when a spotter is screaming, go high, go low, I don't know whether I'd be listening. It would be reactive.
I don't think a spotter would be able to say anything to you in that instance. But, you know, even Briscoe there, who's, you know, another couple of cars behind, has a moment just getting off the throttle at the wrong point in the corner, and all of a sudden you upset the car and you have a bit of a moment. Briscoe, you know, could have been in the wall quite easily there as well, from nothing to do with him.
Bad day for the Aussies that would have been after Mark Webber's win at Monaco earlier on. Now in the Andretti dynasty, they're all there at the moment. Marco, I mean, I love that. We should have him mic'd up all day long, you know, because I could listen to Marco cussing and swearing and shouting, and we wouldn't be able to beep enough, would we, really, for Marco? But he had a fast car and was in a very fast mood today.
Yeah, and that's how Indy changes a little bit. But even when he was in the lead and you're watching his onboard, he seemed to be correcting a couple of times. It didn't look like it was that comfortable. I mean, I definitely think this month he really wanted it, and it showed, and it looks like he probably trimmed it out a bit. And you also heard on the radio, I think 3/4 way in the race, he said, I need more overall downforce. He wanted some more rear wing in the car, because when you trim it out for the lead, when you get back into position 15th or 16th, the car becomes undrivable, and that's really when you need to put more downforce back in the car.
You've led plenty of races here at Indianapolis. I mean, how does the track change over this long race? Because it is a long race in mileage terms. How does the car change during the course of the
I've
race?
had it changed from understeer to oversteer, and I've had it changed where I thought I had chosen way too much downforce to going, I can't even, you know, keep the car in a straight line down the straightaway. So it changes very quickly. The thing is, try not to get flustered, and try to predict where the track is going to go. So if you are having a bad stint, the track might come to you a little bit later, and to stay calm. I think when I was working with Andy, I wasn't that calm, but as I told him, I think I matured like 5 years into my IndyCar career. But it's why Indy is so special.
Let's talk about that maturity regarding you know, drivers. What about the maturity up on the pit wall as well? I mean, it's got to be a situation where you guys handle it better the more years, the more times, the more things you've seen.
Yeah, there is no substitute for experience around Indy. But then having said that, it also comes down to luck. We were asking when that yellow came out at 165, do you pit or don't you pit? Experience said, yes, you should pit. There'll be more yellows, but then the last 2 years there haven't been yellows. This year there were 2 more yellows after the 165 lap pit stop, so that they could go flat out to the end. So yes, experience helps a lot, but there is a luck factor as well.
Well, more passes this year than ever before, and this man knows the importance of a fantastic day at the Indy 500. The 3rd time he has been on his knees at that yard of bricks. Remember, it is the Brickyard. Fantastic. So for the 3rd time, it's Dario Franchitti on his knees in the right place, right at the line, the yard of bricks, at the Brickyard, at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It's all gone. By now it will be congealed and wouldn't be very nice. So it's been hot in Indianapolis, and it has been extremely hot there today.
Extremely hot day.
It's worn on over. I mean, the month of May has shortened somewhat for the Indy 500. They've, cost constraints and the like, they've shortened it up a little bit. Testing has got a little bit less. But with the weather changing that much, that must make a huge difference as well to each of the cars.
Yes, it was a record temperature today, I think they said, for the race. And that can make the track extremely greasy. All the oils come up out of the surface. All the rubber that's put down just creates a barrier between the tyres on the car and the road surface, and it can become extremely slippery.
The only thing that would have beaten that shot is if Chip decided to bit of planking on the yard of bricks. Chip Ganassi, I mean, a man that's invested quite a lot of money. You know him again, Andy. I keep coming to you because you know these guys so well. You've been there so much. I mean,
yeah, he was my boss for the last 5 years. So.
And what would that mean for him today? I mean, that's what they set out to do.
Yes.
But it's not always achievable.
A winning Indy is far more important to the car owners than winning the championship. And for instance, the last time I think Chip won it, he was given the freedom of the city of Pittsburgh. It's just such a huge achievement for them that they aim for the whole time.
Thomas, is there any chance of you getting back in a car again? What's the situation regarding your good self?
If it's up to my father, he said no because he wants me back at work on tomorrow morning. But I'd love to be back in the car. I'm still 31, so I think there's still a lot of good years left. But for me, if it's the right opportunity, I'll go back. I'm not going to be scraping around looking for a drive. I've had 10 great years. I can walk fine. I've got no injuries. So, if there's a good opportunity, I'll go back. If not, I'll be here at Laverstoke and possibly joining you guys for a couple more races.
Well, we'll certainly have you here. Don't worry about that. We have all the good guys in here at some stage or the other. But after a fantastic 96th running of the Indy 500, there's no break for the teams and drivers this year. The next race is only 7 days away. IndyCar returns for the first time since 2008 to the unique Belle Isle Street Circuit in the Motor City of Detroit. Join us at 8:30 p.m. on Sky Sports 4 HD for that. But for now, that's it from us. My thanks to Johnny Kane, Andy Brown and Thomas Schechter for joining us, and to you for watching. See you next week.
Watch all 6 Sky Sports channels on your mobile and online.
Tomorrow, live Elite League Speedway at 7:30 on Sky Sports 1 HD. Thursday, live golf, the Wales Open at 10:30 a.m. and the Memorial Tournament at 8, also on Sky Sports 1 HD.
This is Sky Sports, your home of sport.
Top tour events from both sides of the Atlantic this weekend. The Wales Open from Celtic Manor and the Memorial Tournament from Ohio. Starts Thursday, Sky Sports 1. Coverage sponsored by Barclays Premier Banking.
The South Bank Show is back on our screens with a brand new series.
A dancer comes onto the stage, and with the flick of a wrist, you can be in paradise.
The South Bank Show starts tonight at 10 on Sky Arts 1 HD.
A lot of people buy insurance through comparison sites without looking elsewhere.
Well, it's easier that way though, isn't it?
But the problem is that some insurers like us aren't on them, and you don't want to find out later that you missed out on a better deal.
No.
Like being married, isn't it? Don't want to commit to the wrong person and then
live to regret it, like I did.
I think we can safely say you did your fair share of exploring the market.
Oh.
Try before you buy, that was her motto.
Why don't I show you what I've got to offer?
Whoa! Inappropriate.
Oh, no, I didn't mean, just meant
I know.
We're not on comparison sites, so don't miss out on our offers. Come direct to Direct Line.
Kiss me once, kiss me twice, kiss me once again. It's been a long time.
What do you think?
You've been busy.
Haven't felt like this, my dear, since can't remember when. It's been a long, long time. Long, long time.
Tomorrow is feeling right at home on the other side of the world. Fly Emirates. Hello, tomorrow.
Dirt Showdown sponsors WWE on Sky Sports.
The following program contains strobe lighting effects.